Everyone, and welcome to our Tristana guide. Now, before we get into it, I want to preface it by saying that Tristana is actually a newly approved champion inside our MLA program, and we've actually done a complete refurbish of our Mid Lane Academy site. Now, as you can see on the left-hand side, we have all of the MLA approved champions, and this is where Tristana will live, and this is where all the other guides live. So the guide that you're literally about to see is the equivalent of what you've got here, but for all of these differing champions. Now, some of these other champions, we've had a bit more time to flesh them out and add some additional content. Now, in this Tristana guide, we won't have obviously live commentaries and the member reviews and the bonus resources. For some of the champions in the program, we've been working on matchup hot seats as well, whereby we break down specific matchups. We're going to be doing this for Tristana inside the MLA, but again, we're not really going to be including it in the YouTube, otherwise it's just going to go on forever. It's just going to be an incredibly long video. But this is kind of the new site. We've got some live commentaries for each champion. We've got some member review for each champion. We've got specific bonus resources. We've also got videos on fundamentals here that I've kind of worked together and put a lot of time into. We also have a lot of kind of resources, everything ranging from things about extra stuff about fundamentals through to psychology and mindset process. There's a lot of content here that I've worked on, spent a lot of time on this one. So if you're looking to get involved with the Mid Lane Academy, check out, there'll be a link below. There's also a beautiful community filled with a lot of like-minded individuals looking to get better at the game and make their climb through to platinum as a mid laner. So just taking a quick look into the Discord, this is where all the discussion goes on for each of the specific champions. This is where people can ask specific champion questions, post their clips, everything specific to that, related specifically to that champion. We also have things such as the VOD question channel where people can put their questions and we can give responses based off maybe specific moments they can't really break down. So look, get involved. It's a great community. If you're looking to streamline that journey, check it out. Otherwise, enjoy the video and enjoy the guide. Welcome everyone to the Tristana guide. Today, join with me is Tim, Coach Mysterious. We're going to be walking you through a lot of these slides together, and we're going to be kicking it off with identity. Now, Tristana is a bit of a multifaceted champion. There's a lot going on with this champion, but fundamentally, Tristana is a hyper scaling AD carry. You know, she spikes hardcore at 3 items, just like you would think, we'll consider any other traditional hyperscaling AD carry. And she's kind of what we describe as the new age, broken by concept mid laner. And the reason for this is that there are multiple aspects of Tristana's kit that make her thrive in the mid lane. She has high wave clear, she has high mobility, and most importantly, she has early game threat and she can win a lot of lanes. So, Tim and I had a lot of discussion about whether or not we actually wanted to introduce this champion into our Mid Lane Academy program, but we're happy we did. We think she's an amazing champion. Now, the next question, Tim, is what does Tristana teach? What comes to mind for you, Tim?
Yeah, so Tristana has a lot of strengths in the early lane, and one of the things that she therefore will be teaching is the early lane. She's very good at teaching trading because of the fact that she usually needs to jump in to get a pretty extended trade going, and you're gonna get teached when it's a good time to jump in, especially not when it's a good time to not jump in. And therefore, you also not only teach trading, but also threat assessment. Because if you're going to be jumping in at a time where the enemy jungle support is hovering your lane, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. Tristana also teaches how to use your priority. She teaches being proactive. In most games, you'll actually have a lead in the lane. You'll actually have lane control, and you're going to be able to translate that into a different part of the map or of the game. And Tristana will definitely teach you to do that efficiently, because if you don't, you might struggle later in the game. Final thing that she
100%.
teaches, a very unique way of team fighting. She teaches auto attack based team fighting. On mid lane, you don't really have that all that often, but Tristana's an AD carry, so she does teach that.
100%. And lastly, I was to say, you touched on a really important point there, because a lot of people would think, well, you have this inbuilt utility, also this inbuilt mobility. Why would you teach kind of threat assessment and things like that? Well, the reality is that as a Tristana, we need to be using our W quite offensively. We're not really, yes, there are going to be times where we're going to be using it defensively, but a lot of the time, well, the mark of a good Tristana player is their ability to find those aggressive W windows, to take those aggressive trades and inherently put ourselves in a good position. So yes, I guess theoretically, yes, you aren't under a lot of threat in a lot of moments of your lane phase. But at the same time, if you sit there and never use it aggressively, you're barely tapping into the potential of the champion. Now, is Tristana for you? Now, Tristana is fundamentally a mechanically oriented or a mechanically based champion. You're going to be weaving in a lot of auto attacks. You need to be focused hardcore on your positioning. Your kit has little to no utility. And a lot of the time, you are the center of the attention. You are a hyper scaling AD carry. So if you're the type of player that doesn't really enjoy this style, you prefer to have kits or play kits with more utility, you prefer to be maybe more of a facilitator or a secondary win condition, then this champion probably isn't up your alley. Now, as we go through this slide, we're going to be posing a lot of questions for you guys to really ask yourselves to understand whether or not this champion is a champ that you want to invest time into. Now, the next question we must ask ourselves is, what ranks is Tristana viable within? What rank should you start playing Tristana? Now, we believe that if you're an iron, bronze, even low silver, Tristana is probably a little bit difficult for you, and it's probably not the best way to it's probably not the best champion to invest time into at this stage of your journey. Also, because she doesn't teach all of the fundamentals in the most reliable way. So we believe that if you're sitting around maybe mid to high silver, that's when you could probably start considering integrating Tristana into your pool. Now, look, there are probably some outliers out there, players who love this sort of champion, have maybe an 80 carry background, and even maybe they're in high bronze. You could probably make it work. Everyone's different. But for the average player, I would say mid to high silver is where you should start. That's when you could potentially consider Tristana for your pool. Now, we're going to be going through a few questions that you should be asking yourself before committing to this champion. So, Tim, do you want to go through a few of these ones?
Definitely. So, are we okay with learning an auto attack based champion? And we're also going to be facing the consequences of that. We need to be learning to weave in auto attacks space. We need to be learning how to deal the most amount of damage. Every bit of damage that we are able to deal out is going to be counting. It's just a completely different type of champion than all the other mid laners that we've all made guides for that are in a program, but also the classic mages that you guys know and love. It also is a question that we got to ask ourselves, is that we're playing a champion with limited utility. If we fall behind, we are heavily going to struggle. We might solo lose the game for it. So not only can we solo lose the game for our team, we can also solo win the game for our team. We can be the center of attention. We can be that carry, and we should play like that carry. If you're not comfortable being the center of attention, you're going to be massively struggling in the game because you need to allocate resources towards yourself to hit your item spikes. And then to reiterate the final point, if you fall behind, if you mess up, there is a big chance that you might solo lose the game for your team. Your Tristana has a kit that allows her to win lane a lot of the time. So if you're not able to win lane with this kit and you're not going to be able to skill up, you're going to be dying a lot. Let's put it like
I
that.
literally had a game today where, I made one or two mistakes in the early lane and I felt like an absolute minion. And the way I've
Yeah.
described Tristana to a lot of other people is that it's kind of like a domino effect where it can either go one way or the other. You snowball out of control very quickly when things, you have a good early lane. You'll take over lanes, you'll get those tower plays, you'll deny XP, everything will feel amazing. But conversely, if you don't have, you make a few mistakes in the early lane, things don't go your way, it can be tumbling down the other way and all the dominoes will fall in a negative fashion. So it can be an absolute disaster. And there's one more question here. Do you enjoy min-maxing your farm and efficiency? Tristana is one of those champions where, especially as you transition into the mid game, you need to be really on point with your mid game lane assignments, shoving and moving. You can't be inefficient. If you get behind in farm and you're only farming 6 CS per minute, 7 CS per minute, it's going to get messy very quick. You need to be on the timer, on the clock, go, 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 because we're so tied to our items. Let's dive into some of the expectations that we should manage, because as we go through this journey, we're going to have a lot of painful experiences. And I don't want people putting in 15, 20 games feeling like, oh, this is just unique to me. No, there are a lot of problems that you're going to face, that everyone is going to face. And the first one here is that you are going to mess up a bunch of farm due to the passive. Even me, the AoE passive with Tristana has, we have that little explosion when you kill a minion. That can really be quite uncomfortable. It's quite unique. There are not many other champions in the game that have this sort of interaction. And this will inevitably mess up a lot of your early lane farm. And it will take time to build muscle memory and understanding what the damage threshold is, and how that's going to affect CSing even under tower.
So this is my favorite expectation. There will be suicide bomber W's. That's how we call it. We're going to be messing up skirmishes. We're going to be messing up lanes. We're going to be messing up trades by Wing in, not factoring key pieces of information, and we're going to mess up. We also got plenty of examples of these from
Yeah,
our own gameplay.
exactly.
It's going to happen, guys. Just
It's
accept it.
inevitable.
Yep.
And if you mess up the early game, like we are mentioning before, via either not farming well or dying or, getting pushed out of lane via ganks, you'll really, really feel the pain because the kit has next to no utility. When you are behind, especially as an AD carry mid that is so tied to your itemization, it will feel absolutely awful. So again, just reiterating and echoing that sentiment that we've already covered.
Yeah, and team fighting in the mid to late game will be very overwhelming. It's most likely going to be your job to carry, and spacing and out attacks, especially with the increasing range of Tristana's passive, it's really hard to constantly recognize where do I need to stand, how do I deal the most amount of damage. Especially playing an out attack oriented champion in the mid to late game is not easy at all. It's a completely different way of team fighting. So it's going to be just very overwhelming. There's a lot of key factors, of key piece of information to gather, and it's okay to mess up, and it's okay to feel overwhelmed in this part of the game.
And I've worked with a lot of even higher level players, Master Plus, Tristana mains, and mid to late game team fighting is one of the areas that we spend a lot of time within because you've got to figure out, okay, when should I reposition with my W? When should I be peeling back with my W? When should I be Ring? Who should I be using my E onto? Target selection. The list goes on. There are so many factors with Tristana. Very high skill cap champion when it comes to team fighting. And then lastly, you will need to learn how to weave auto attacks and deal with high attack speed via drills. So, if you're not a player that has a background in AD carry or hasn't really played many auto attackers in general, or maybe you've even come from an assassin background where you're not used to high attack speed, you will have to spend that time in drills, like we will cover in this guide, to really familiarize yourself with things like A clicking, and actually just overall learning how to auto attack people without canceling autos. So this is also one of the expectations that you must put on yourself. So getting into the power curve. Now, Tristana has a bit of an interesting power curve. So start with the left-hand side, level 1. Look, we have a decently strong early lane. Level 1, level 2, especially level 2. A lot of the time we are going to be getting that level 2 over the enemy, being able to W in aggressively, and start with maybe W in Q, auto attack them down, get a really nice trade. So our levels 1 to 3 is usually quite strong. I would say we stay moderately strong. And then around level 6, post first base, a lot of the time into especially a lot of other mages, we do enter a bit of a power trough. Depending on the itemization, of course, and depending on the matchup, and depending on how well your pre-first base went. More often than not, though, there is going to be this little bit of a trough here until we complete our first item. Now, it doesn't matter if it's Kraken, it doesn't matter if it's Bork. Your first item is quite a big spike. The way I view this spike, though, it's not like, yay, we've got Kraken or we've got Bork, the game's over. No, it's kind of like a bridge spike, right? Where it's like, okay, cool, I deal damage, I can scrap, I can skirmish. But our goal fundamentally is to bridge the gap, bridge this little kind of spot trough here to get to our Navori and to get to our IE. Right, that's what we need to get to. We need to get to our Navori. We need to get to our IE. Everything after that, we're rock and rolling. But really, this first major spike is not really that big. Would you have any other kind of comments there, Tim?
Yeah, and one thing to really emphasize is right. Tristana scales with levels incredibly well because of she getting her extra range on her passive. So the longer the game goes, even after the third item, the happier Tristana becomes. Level 18, with the range that she gets, she has incredibly high range. It's very hard for even other AD carries to match her range. That makes your team fighting also a lot easier. So the longer the game goes, the more items you get, the stronger you're going to be. You're an incredibly good late game scaling AD carry, mainly spiking on 3 items, but 2 and 1 also incredibly strong. What you're going to struggle the most with in your games is going to be that small power trough before the Kraken. This is going to be a very common situation where the enemy mage, most of the time, which you're playing against, actually has maybe Lost Chapter and an alternator, and then you're stuck on boots and 1 or 2 components from the Kraken or from the Blade of the Ruined King. And that's the time where you're actually going to be a little bit weaker than the enemy laner. And you got to be a little bit careful not do any rash things like suicide bomber Wing in, um, and just get to your Kraken, because that's when you really start spiking again.
Yeah, and the last thing I will reiterate here is that it's quite difficult to do one of these power curves for Tristana specifically, because a lot of the time I feel as though Tristana's strength is very, very much relative to your opponent and how well your laning phase goes. I've had games where I'm in an incredibly good maybe pre-first base, and even my post-first base feels okay. Or vice versa. I've had such a good pre-first item, and then Kraken feels like I'm God mode. So I think it's important to note that the quality of your laning will also severely change how this kind of power curve goes. Vice versa, if you're behind, holy moly, no amount of items is
No.
really going to get you back into the game.
It's going to be flat on the bottom.
Yeah, exactly right. So moving into the fundamentals, we're going to kick it off with trading. Tristana's all about trading. If you're taking good trades, everything's going to be okay. Fundamentally, this is what actually makes Tristana mid viable, our ability to take favorable trades, win the war of attrition, and a lot of the time just be healthier than our counterpart. If we really understand how to W aggressively, what a good quality trade looks like, how to take good quality trades, and tie this in together with matchup understanding and resets, you're going to be rock and rolling. And this is what I feel like Tristana fundamentally teaches, potentially even better than a lot of other champions, most other champions, is that because you've got so much proactivity, you've got so much control in the lane, there are going to be a lot of opportunities to really, min-max your trading and really understand the intricacies of trading. So trading, resets, matchup understanding all kind of go hand in hand. And look, I think important to know that threat assessment does as well, because, ultimately, if you don't know when you can or can't W in aggressively, you're gonna struggle. Would you add anything here about these four here, Tim?
No, I think you're spot on. It's all about trading on Tristana. Whenever you said about Tristana is a very proactive champion, and whenever we take good trades, that's when we move on to the next step of our gameplay, and that's actually the warding and leaning and the roaming. It's also really important to start doing that properly in each game, because this is going to allow you to actually translate your lead. Tristana loves getting priority. If we can ward and lean towards one side, we can start taking control of that side of the map. Roaming, it's a little bit of a debatable one, Curtis, because
Yeah.
Tristana doesn't necessarily love to roam, but she can definitely roam. And her early game skirmishing, if a skirmish breaks out in any of the rivers, she's very happy joining in, because it's really easy for her to get W resets and therefore take over the skirmish.
Yeah, it's very opportunistic. That's the way I would describe it, right? Like if, because you're getting a lot of prio, there's going to be opportunities where you can complement your jungler. If very high percentage roam opportunities present themselves, go for it. But it's not really at the center of Tristana's identity. It's not really what fundamentally Tristana is about. Because again, we need to be efficient with our resets. We need to be efficient with our farm. And we can't go around running around the map like a headless chicken going down 2 or 3 ways. We need to be focusing on efficiency and getting to our items. So yes, high percentage roams, no to low percentage roams. Now, lastly, you've got wave management in red, which for a lot of people who play Tristana, this is what you would expect. Because of Tristana's passive, you're always going to be shoving. So you're very limited with what you can do with your wave management. Now, there are definitely things we do need to, I guess, understand with our wave management, though. There are going to be times where we're going to be shoving, letting the wave come back out to the middle, and then doing some sort of maybe a slow build of some sort. Now, yes, we're not going to be doing sophisticated 3 stacks. We're not going to be freezing waves. We're quite limited, but we're not going to sit here hard shoving waves on repeat. No, there's a little bit more nuance there. So, I'm not going to say that there is absolutely zero wave management with Tristana, but it's obviously nowhere near as nuanced as, say, like an mobile control mage like Oriana or a Victor or a Syndra. So, again, if you're interested in refining your wave management, Tristana is probably not for you. I just want to make that very clear. So, diving into Tristana runes, talking high level, Tristana, with this rune page, we're fundamentally here to win trades and win the war of attrition. Hence why we go fleet. Fleet allows us to take better quality trades, whether it be via the sustain we get, whether it be via the movement speed that allows us to dodge skill shots or close the gap to take aggressive trades. It's a win-win-win scenario for us. Fleet is the tried and true Tristana rune. Now, it's not the only rune. We'll come back to PTA in a moment, but we're just going to go through the stock standard trade-winning War of Sustain style of Tristana that I would say, and me and Tim would say, is kind of the tried and true stock standard way of playing Tristana. Now, Absorb Life is completely coherent with that style of Tristana. It gives us more sustain and again allows us to win that war of attrition. Alacrity, great for Tristana. Attack speed is amazing. Cut down, helping us take better quality trades in lane. And then into secondary resolve. Now, again, if our intention is to win trades fundamentally, bone plating goes a very, very long way. And this is going to be a huge pivotal part of our kind of, I guess, boxes that we can kind of tick to take good quality trades. So when our bone plating is about to come up, boom, that could be a potential angle to W in aggressively and take a high quality trade. Now, you may think, well, why is bone plating common even into range matchups? Well, even into range matchups, if we're very intentional with our bone plating cooldown, we can time our aggressive W to look for those trades. Now, from an ease of execution perspective, second win could probably considered over bone plating, but as you become, I would say, a little bit more sophisticated and develop more muscle memory and a little bit more awareness of your surroundings, bone plating will probably help you more than second wind, even into some of those harder matchups. Now, into certain matchups like Victor, maybe even Wei, a lot of poke-oriented matchups, second wind does do a lot of work for helping you sustain, win the war of attrition. And I think second wind would be better for beginners. But again, I would recommend you explore both of them. And but if you are going to take bone plating, you need to be very, very intentional about the cooldown. Now, the other option outside of these two, the other rune that you would complement it with is either Demolish or Overgrowth. Now, Demolish synergizes beautifully with Tristana's identity because we're going to be taking those good trades. We're going to be forcing the enemy out of lane, and a lot of the time we're going to be left alone with the tower. And with our high attack speed, we again, and with our E being able to proc on the tower, we're going to be able to get a lot of plates and a lot of tower damage, and that is going to be a huge pivotal part of our strategy in the lane. Demolish helps us mow down those towers. It's something we can proc relatively reliably, especially if you get the ball rolling in the early lane. So it's a very, very good way of running away with the lead and snowballing like crazy. Now, again, from an ease of execution, Overgrowth probably a little bit easier to execute. But if you don't know your matchup, you can't go wrong with Overgrowth. It's going to give you more durability. It's probably better into the harder matchups with things like Hui, especially those matchups you're going to find it hard to hit the tower. But again, you can't really go wrong with Demolish, even into the mid game either way. Now, PTA. PTA is a bit of a different style, Tim. So you want to walk us through
It
PTA?
is. Yeah, so we have the classic room page with Fleet. And I really want to mention, like, you cannot go wrong with this page. This is the page that if you just are not 100% sure what you're doing, this is the page that you'll go always and you cannot go wrong with it. PTA is a little bit different. PTA reduces our sustain in the lane, and therefore we have a little bit more issues playing the War of Attrition, but it actually increases our burst damage output. So we can take PTA versus matchups which are less War of Attrition style in which that we play it and more burst style oriented. But in the end, it's preference. It really is preference. We just take the rune to complement us winning the trades in the lane, and whatever of the two it is, that's preference up to
Yeah.
you.
And I think it's important to, like you said at the start, for anyone that's starting off in the Tristana journey, stick with Fleet. Learn the champion through Fleet. PTA, I would say, is a little bit more niche and, again, more advanced Tristana players. For examples of matchups that PTA is great, I've seen it taken into Silas. So people like it into Silas because you want to be able to stand your ground and kind of stat check. You were mentioning before into the new iteration of Corki, PTA can make the difference and allow you to stand your ground. There are certain matchups, but we'll be getting into that more so in the matchup section later on in this guide. Now,
That's right.
we have another alternative here for secondary runes. We have Inspiration Secondary. So Tim, do you want to walk us through this this kind of secondary page and when you would take it?
Yeah, so inspiration secondary is a little bit different than resolve secondary because it doesn't really give us access to a bone plating or second wind, but it's rather a little bit more scaling oriented page. And the main time that we will be taking inspiration page is when we don't really get value out of the bone plating in the resolve tree. There's going to be some matchups, for example, like Akali, that will have just a really easy time proccing the bone plating, and you don't really want second wind or overgrowth into Akali anyway. And we can actually opt in for a little bit of a different strategy in the inspiration. We can take cashback to enhance our scaling, make it easier for us to hit our item spikes. But most importantly, this revolves around Jack of all trades. Jack of all trades one of the new runes added in this mid-season update. This is a very unique rune because this rune gives you ability haste, but more importantly, if you get 5 different stats, if you buy 5 different stats, you get a little bit of adaptive force. So that translates to AD for Tristana. And the reason why this is such a good rune is because you can combine this with like a defensive item. Give or take, we go Doran's Blade. We get 3 different stats: lifesteal, health, AD. And then we go the Mercury Threads. We get 2 other stats in move speed and magic resist. And boom, we get extra free AD for it. So you actually cheat and stat check some of the lane opponents that you're playing against it with this style of rune page. It's a very unique page, really good. I don't really recommend opting into this unless you really know what you're doing and why you would be taking these runes, because it synergizes with specific items that you build. For example, the Hex Drinker versus Akali, Mercs versus many other mages, maybe even a Splated Steel Caps Rush in other matchups versus AD champs. It's very unique, but very effective once you know how to master it. You can combine this with boots if you plan to go them later. You can combine this with biscuits, triple tonic, all work. It's a little bit preference. I prefer the cashback and jack of all trades.
Yep, well said. And I think you're spot on in saying that this is not really for beginners. Again, if you're newer to Tristana, stick with this page. The Resolve Secondary, you're not going to go wrong with that. Later on, as you get a little bit more advanced and you get more deeper into your matchups, that's where the Inspo Second would really come into play. So moving into Tristana itemization. So let's kick it off with starting item. We want to be going D-Blade every single game. There's no reason for you to go D-Shield because we already have so much sustain inbuilt with our fleet, absorb life. We want the attack damage from the D-Blade. We want the sustain off the item itself. So D-Blade is the way to go. And to get it out of the way, TP, we're going to get that question a lot. Should I go an Ignite? Should I go an Exhaust? Should I go a Combat Spell because I'm playing aggressive? No. And the answer is no, because we want access to TP for the mid game. And because Tristana is a champion that actually has very good side laning and the ability to potentially split push situationally from a macro perspective, having TP is very, very important for your ability to translate leads and be impactful with your macro in the mid game and ability to side lane. So don't worry about Ignite. Don't worry about Exhaust. Don't worry about any combat spell. You want to be going TP every single time, again, specifically for the mid game and translating your leads. Now, getting to the first core item. The first major choice you have to make in your game is whether or not you're going to go Kraken or Borg. We never go both, we go one or the other here. So, the major determining factor of whether or not you want to go Borg or Kraken is how important is the lifesteal for you. Now, if you're versing poke-oriented champions, maybe like a Lux or a bit of Hui or a Xerath, or things like that, or Victor, well, lifesteal goes a very long way. Being able to go and spec into an early Vam Scepter is unbelievably valuable. And from an ease of execution perspective, it actually simplifies your early lane massively. It allows you to win that war of attrition a lot easier comparatively than it would be if you were to go Kraken. Now, Kraken, it gives a lot of damage. I personally like it a lot. If you don't need that sustain, then Kraken, thumbs up. That would be the item to go for. But you can't really go wrong with either. Again, fundamentally, it's all about the sustain and how important it is for you. Now, Tim, I want to talk a little bit about components here. Walk us through, how do you view components? Is there anything else about this first item that, I feel as though we need to talk about here?
Yeah, I think it's very important to highlight the components because both Kraken and Borg are very expensive items. So you're going to be sitting on these components for the major part of your lane. So it's very important that you understand which components to buy first. Let's start with Kraken, because Borg is pretty self-explanatory. If we go Borg, we want to start with the Vamp Scepter because we need the lifesteal. But Kraken is a little bit different. Kraken has the recurve bow, it has the Rectrix, and it's got the hardbound X, I think.
Yeah.
Hearthstone X. Okay, that's it. So what you'll see is that the recurve bow gives attack speed. It gives on-hit damage for 700 gold. Then you got the Rectrix, gives a little bit of move speed, a little bit of AD for 900 gold. And then you got the hardbound X that gives a little bit of AD, a little bit of attack speed for 1300 gold. So in that specific case, recurve bow is the most valuable component out of the three that you can buy. It's the cheapest, and the on-hit damage goes a long way since you're going to be playing, you're going to be weaving in a lot of auto attacks with your Q passive on Tristana. So you always want to build recurve bow first, And then, depending on how much gold you get, you can finish off the other 2 items in between. But recurve bow is your major first item that you want to buy because it spikes the hardest on Trist. The other ones are just very expensive for stats that they're just kind of meh for you. And that's also why Trist runs into a power trough, because the components just aren't that good. It's really only recurve bow that you like.
Yep, well said. Beautiful. I guess so. Moving on, before we actually even get into the Navori second item, let's talk about boots for a second, because a lot of the time we are going to be getting early tier 2 boots. That's a pretty, not all the time, but there are many moments we will. So the philosophy that I've kind of come to at the moment is that unless I'm getting insane value off mercs or my plated steel caps, I'm basically going to be sitting on the tier 1 and then completing my first item. I used to fall into the trap of finishing Berserker Grids early. It does not feel good for me personally. It does not feel good. I don't know if you're aligned with this one, Tim.
No, definitely don't do
Yeah.
Berserker Grease early.
It does not
Yep.
feel good from my
No.
experience. And so my mindset heading into the game is, okay, how much value am I going to get from this mix? If I'm versing something like a Lux or a Zerath, then like maybe combined with someone else in the game that's going to give me value from mercs. Getting an early mercs goes a long way. It can be very nice. Same thing. You're versing early lethality users. You might see a Dirk, Zed, plated seal caps goes a long way, or something like that as well. So ultimately, how much value you get from these boots is going to determine the order in which you get it. Now, if you don't feel like, it's kind of average either way, then get it later, finish your first item, then complete your tier 2 boots after your first major component. That's relatively straightforward. Now, moving into second item, Navori is so important for Tristana. When I complete Navori, your champion just does a complete 180. It feels much, much stronger. And the main reason is because we're reducing the cooldown specifically of our Q. And now your Q becomes permanently available to you, which is so, so amazing for side laning, skirmishing, team fighting, every single aspect. And this is why fundamentally the Kraken and Navori 2-item spike, or conversely Bork to Navori, is an incredibly valuable 2-item spike. Any other comments on this one, Tim?
Yeah, you're just attacking so much with the Q passive attack speed into the Kraken Navori or Bork Navori. You just get so much attack speed. You don't even need the attack speed boots. That's why you're able to also opt in for the defensive boots that really help you win the 1v1 and win the side lane.
Exactly right. And then third item, IE, relatively self-explanatory, pumps out a lot of damage. You ideally want to be going for the BF sword first. And then that really completes the holy trinity here of the 3 items that turn you into a god. Now, past this point, this is where you got to be a little bit more strategic. Do you need armor pen because enemy is stacking a lot of armor? Do you need to go more because they've got a lot of burst damage, a lot of magic damage? Do you want a bit of shielding and lifesteal here through the bloodthirster? Do you need the GA because you're just going to get popped and you need to be able to kind of revive? Or do you just want more raw damage? And they're not getting armor. You don't really need much. You don't need much durability. You just want raw damage. Yuntal is incredibly strong as well. And I know a lot of Tristana players love this as their 4th item. Any other comments about 4th item here, Tim?
Yeah, it's pretty. It's just literally situational. What does the game ask you to buy? Buy it. Press tab. Have a feeling of what do I need, and then based upon what the information that you gather, that's a decision that you got to make.
Exactly right. And then the last thing I do want to talk about here is Hex Drinker. Now, Hex Drinker is something that I never really even understood how important it was until I started to really get into the matchup specifics. Hex Drinker can completely change matchups such as Silas, Akali, Fizz. A lot of these burst-oriented AP champions, Hex Drinker is absolutely amazing. So a lot of the time, you're going to be building that early Hex Drinker and then getting some attack speed from your first component out of your either whether it is your Bork or your Kraken, and then you could become very, very hard to deal with. So highly recommend it. It's a great item for Tristana situationally. Great first item purchase into those high burst AP assassins. Now for skill order, there is so much customization. There are so many little details with skill order with Tristana that we felt as though it doesn't make sense to go over this without clips. So what we're going to do is we're going to actually cover this in the the laning section, where we can really get into the details of when you would be going E start, W start, getting W level 3 versus level 2. All you really need to know though is that you want to be maxing your E, right, Tim? That's the only thing that you want to
Yep.
know. But all the little nuance, all the little details, we'll get into that inside the lane section.
Yep. E max first, Q max second, W max third, and which abilities we're going to be leveling 1, 2, 3. That's what we're going to be covering in the lane. So we're going to be walking through Trist, his micro, and abilities. And we're just going to do a little bit of a basic rundown of what does Tristana's abilities really do? What does her kit really do? We're going to really simplify it. We're going to really go down back to the basics. We're going to start off with her passive. Her passive increases her range of her auto attack, her E, and her R with each level that she gets higher. So what does that mean? That means that normally she would be attacking people from this range, which is at level 6, 40 bonus range. But if I make it level 9 right here, what we're going to be seeing is that our bonus range becomes 64. So that's actually a little bit larger. And if we're going to be upping this up to level 18, then suddenly the range becomes even larger at 136. So it's a massive increase in range that you get. And that is, of course, very good for an AD carry champion like Tristana. And this makes her skill so well with levels as well. So that's what her passive does. Not much more complicated than that. Her Q actually just gives her attack speed for 7 seconds. That's all it does as well. If we press Q, it's going to be attacking much, much faster than if you would not have Q. That's the only thing that the Q does as well. We're going to now move on to a little bit more complicated abilities, which are the W, E, and R. The W is her jump, which is her rocket jump like this. And it can be used as a normal gap closer, or like a dash, or like self-peel ability, but it can also be used to slow the enemies and deal damage. So if we jump onto the enemies, pretty large area, as you can see, it slows the enemies by 60 seconds for, not 60 seconds, that would be crazy. By 60% for 1 second, which is really good for Tristana if she wants to be chasing people down. The tricky thing about this W is that it actually can refresh. So this ability can has a 22-second cooldown, which is very, very long. But if you kill a target, or if you get an assist, or for example, you fully stack your E and explode a bomb onto someone, the cooldown will actually refresh. So we're gonna show that to you guys. I'm not cheating with the practice tool here, but we're gonna be refreshing the bomb, and what you can see, the W cooldown resets. So that's the W. Then we're moving on to the E. The E is the bomb that you throw onto someone, and what it does, it has a base damage. And what you can do is you can increase this base damage by 30% each time we hit an attack or an ability upon that target. So if we don't hit it at all, it deals 144 damage. If you do an out attack with it, you can see that this one deals a little bit more damage in 230. And if we're going to be hitting it 4 times, you can see that it hits even more damage, and it instantly explodes as well. So this is going to be where your most amount of damage actually comes from as Tristana. You combine the E with the rest of our abilities, explode it. That's where you get the damage from. So not only does an out attack proc the bomb, also our W can proc the bomb. Let's quickly show what the second part of our E does. Our E also has a passive effect in which that if you kill or last hit a minion, it has an AoE effect. So look at the minions close to this minion, they drop lower. Look at the minion that I'm going to be hitting right here. It kills the other minion as well. So that's the passive effect of the E. Getting the minions out of the way. Moving on to the final ability, which is the R. It's a knockback. And it deals quite a bit of damage as well. And we're going to be showing you what it looks like. As you can see, the knockback is quite large. It's a pretty large knockback distance. It also depends on which level of the ability that you have. If you have level 1, the knockback isn't quite that large. But still, it's just a knockback. And this ability also hits surrounding enemies. Only the ones that are very close. You can see it in the indicator right here. Those will also be knocked back. And it also procs 1 stack of the E-bomb. And you can also use this ability inside of your W cast, for example. Mainly the way this is used is either for self-peel, bumping enemies that want to engage upon us out, or one way that we can use it is by dealing the finishing blow. Because in this specific case, it deals quite a bit of damage as well. So that's going to be the Tristana kit. It's not too complicated. If you guys have any questions about this, feel free to let me know, and I'll get back to you. So we're going to be taking a look at Twister Micro, and I'm going to be explaining some basic stuff, but I'm also going to be explaining some more advanced stuff. So for you guys to understand this, you need to have a basic understanding of what each of Twister abilities do. So when I say Q, you guys understand why Q does what it does. So if you guys haven't done that, feel free to read a wiki, play a Twist game, go into practice tool. Otherwise, it's going to be tough for you to understand. But let's jump straight into the examples right here. So the first thing that's important to note is Twist, to really speed up our combos, is we want to use our E in our W. Especially if we're going to be hitting our W onto the enemy champion, it's really important that we E in our W, so our W can also proc one of our E bombs. In this example, we're going to be seeing the exact same thing. I use my E in the W, and look how quickly the bomb procs right here. Together with that, you can also use your Q before your E. I think this example shows it perfectly. If you use your Q before your Q attack speed increase that you'll get actually decreases the cast time of your E. So your E is going to look and feel a lot smoother, and it's going to make your combo a little bit quicker. And quicker combo means quicker death on the enemy's part. So this one shows it perfectly. You can use everything within the single W animation, and you just get a very quick kill. I'm gonna show it one more time because it just does such a good job showing what we can do. We're gonna really slow it down right here. So number one is I W, you can see the W click, I Q, and then I E, and then the E lands just before I land on the ground to actually proc the first extra damage part of the bomb. So that's the combo W, Q, E. Try to always use your Q before your E to increase to decrease the cast time of your E. Another thing that we can do is we can auto attack after we've cast our ultimate, because our auto attack speed is usually so much faster, and our ultimate actually has a cast time that you can just weave in another auto before the R actually gets onto the enemy champion. So you see it right here. I'm all in Xindera right here. R auto attack instantly. It's a very good finisher. It's a really good way to kill enemies with that final auto attack, or like explode a bomb with it. Works really well. We can also use our R for self peel. And how does that look like? Very simple, like this. You just R someone out. This is going to be your classic way of escaping ganks, escaping tricky positions in the side lane. But you can also use this in team fights, for example, when you know that the enemy team has a rel, and the rel is the only way that they're going to get onto you. Maybe use it to R the rel out of the team fight. You can also use W buffer, and this is going to be a little bit more advanced, but this is going to be extremely effective. I'm not sure if you guys have watched MSI, but Caps gave us an absolute masterclass on W buffering. So how does W buffering work? W buffering means that W actually has a cast time on Tristana. So you can click the W and then it only goes off after a short amount of time. So the trick is in understanding how long that cast time is. And you really want your ability to go off after the enemy CC has landed, but you want to click the ability before you are unable to click it anymore due to the CC. So the perfect example right here is I'm going to get stunned by Xindera. I clicked the W just before the E landed, and then it actually went off because of it having a slight cast time, so then it overrides. So this is the first example of a W buffer. We're going to get another W buffer example right here. In this case, we're playing versus Taliyah. And Taliyah is one of the harder abilities to buffer. You can see I first get bounced back, but because my rocket jump was on in casting, I actually jump out and I escape. The last one is the Hecarim ult right here. I'm bullying Hecarim right here. Really easy one to just buffer. I'm CC'd. And this is going to be like such a powerful tool. If you master the W buffering, you're going to be able to play like a maniac in lane, because there's so many jungles and supports that just so easy to avoid when it comes to their ganks. So easy to just buffer their stuff. Final thing I want to note here is this is a very advanced one, and that's using the ability that your W is bufferable to double jump. So you can do that in two different ways. You can do that by exploding a bomb to reset your W cooldown, or you can get a kill to reset your W cooldown. And exploding the bomb one is really easy. We've shown multiple examples of double jumps already. But really cool thing that you can do as well is you can time your kills in a way that you can double jump. So what happened right here is my affiliate doesn't even know what happened right here. But what happened right here is that I cast my first jump before the Silas died, and then I get my second jump instantly available because he died, and my first jump was already cast before that. So the reason why I was able to stall his death out was because I R out attack him, so he dies in a little bit later, and that gives me time to cast the first W. So very neat little trick. I wanted to add it for some of you guys that love this in-depth kind of stuff. Overall, Trist Micro is very basic. She's not too complicated with it, but that makes her very easy to execute upon. If you guys have any questions, feel free to let me know. Next up, we got Tristana as her trading patterns. So we're going to be building upon a few concepts that we talked about in the micro section to make sure that your trading patterns look as clean and as smooth as possible. So first of all, very basic one, a short E trade. This is going to be a pretty classic trade that you're going to be doing in the lane. You're just going to be bumping an E onto an enemy, out attack them once or twice, and usually they're going to respect because they know how much damage that the E's deal. That's going to be your like bread and butter trading pattern really in the lane. You can also go for a little bit more of an extended trade, like an all-in trade when you actually W in. So this is a perfect example by Curtis right here. You W in with your E, with your Q, and it's really important that you, whenever you do this combo, that you W, Q, E, that's the combo, and you want to use all of them in the W animation to make it look smooth. Always Q before E to reduce the cast time of your E. A classic thing that you can do as well as on Tristana is trade with bone plating. This is going to be your main way to really put the trades in your advantage because of how much damage bone plating actually blocks. You can see it in this position. I take no damage in return. Syndra loses a lot of health. Every 55 seconds I can do that, aka every 2 waves you can go for a bone plating trade. Bone plating makes your all in, your jump in so much scarier. Definitely time your W's around that. So a classic thing that you're going to be doing versus a lot of mages is you're going to be doing a level 1 W start and you're going to be doing a level 1 W trade. I'm going to be explaining to you guys how that works precisely and how you can get the best possible value in a trade like this. So we're going to play it out first, and then I'm going to re-look at it, and I'm going to be explaining you guys the nuances in the level 1 W. As you can see, I W in, I hit the Syndra, beautiful trade. So what are the nuances that go into a trade like this? So number one, first things that we want to do is ideally we want to time our Wing in with our bone plating. So we want to do that with bone plating because that if the enemy hits us back, we're actually able to reduce their incoming damage. That's what makes bone plating so good together with Tristana's W, because we can dictate the trading. So ideally we time it with bone plating. So what you want to do at level 1 is you don't want to get hit by a random ability right now, because then I don't have bone plating anymore. So I'll just make sure to stay back. Another thing that you want to do is you want to wait until the casters start auto-attacking. Because if you jump in, for example, right now, what's going to happen is because all of these casters haven't started attacking your melees yet, what's going to happen is that they're going to instantly focus you and you're going to take much more damage, which will result in the trade becoming slightly worse for you. So always wait until the casters have settled so you can jump in before you definitely take a lot of damage by the casters. Another thing that you can do is you can actually time your W with enemy creeps, in this case, or with your creep advantages. So what I do is I nuke this one minion with my auto attacks. And what happens is when I nuke my minions with this one auto attack, there's going to be a window later where the Syndra is going to have to walk up to CS one of her creeps, and I can actually get a W angle. In this case, she just disrespected me fully, so I just W onto her face, which also works beautifully. If they disrespect, feel free to take the trade. But if they don't, then try to time it with a minion. Another thing that you can do, there's so much to it. That's the funny part. Another thing that you can do is time it with your fleet. And the reason why you can time it with your fleet is to get an extra auto attack in after the jump in, and get, of course, a little bit of health back to make the trade even more favorable for you. So in this particular situation, what I do is I proc my fleet once on the initial minion, and if I just start nuking this first minion, what's going to happen is I'm going to jump in with 60 fleet stacks. That's going to make my first auto attack not get fleet procced, so that if she would, for example, hit this Q, proc my bone plating, proc a little bit of health, I would actually on my next auto attack instantly get health back with the fleet. And because I get that fleet auto, I get another auto attack in afterwards, which I otherwise wouldn't have gotten. So if you time all of this properly, you're gonna have the best possible trading window at level 1. It gets really complicated, it gets really precise about what you can do. A nice little strategy that I like to use to simplify this, guys, is to just nuke one minion, nuke one of the melee minions at the beginning of the lane, and just jump in afterwards. Make sure your bone plating doesn't get procced, and that way you'll get almost always you get the perfect trade. So if you can do this consistently, you can get a lot of lane control with it. Because look at this lane position, right? Syndra is in a lot of trouble after this trade. She just took a very, very, very bad trade, which means a lot of lane control. So next up is we got the classic just auto attack them trade, trading autos. We love to trade auto attacks on Trist, and the way that I like to trade autos, I like to trade auto attacks when the enemies are going to be last hitting. So in this specific case, if we look at this situation, we see that Syndra needs to last hit a cannon real soon. This cannon, she wants the cannon. Syndra gets a passive stack for it. She needs this cannon. People love their cannons, guys. So what do? Is I walk up aggressively, and I know that she's going to be going for this cannon. And I want to trade an auto attack with her to make sure that she doesn't get the cannon for free. And trading with your fleet usually is very nice as well, because you get a little bit of health back for it as well, which means your trading becomes even stronger. In this case, I was full health, so it didn't really matter. But that's the premise behind it. So we're going to be like breaking down a little bit of a trading sequence right here. There's going to be some good trades, going to be some bad trades. In this particular situation, we've seen the clip before. I jump in onto the Syndra, level 1. I get a lot of lane control. So what's important right now for me to do is I want to get the wave in a position that I can jump in on Syndra again. Because if I can jump in on Syndra again, I can get these proper extended trades going into her. So what I'm doing is I'm trying to crash this next wave. I'm trying to trade auto attacks with Syndra. I love trading auto attacks with Syndra because my auto attacks deal more damage. I'm an AD champion. She's an AP champion. And I want to be dodging out on her abilities in the meantime. So I made a slight mistake when it comes to my wave management. I bombed the wrong target, so I take a lot of damage trying to get this wave in. It's really important for me to get this wave in, because what happens right now is that the wave then becomes back to neutral, and if the wave is back to neutral, I get another angle where I can W in, and that's really what I'm aiming to do here versus the Syndra. So I'm getting the level 3, I'm looking for an angle, looking for which minions are dropping low and I can actually punish on. So I wait, I get hit by a few abilities, and Syndra uses their E. So there's going to be a situation where you're going to get traded on like this, and Syndra uses her E. Syndra's E has a very long cooldown, which means that this is her only self-peel. So look at this cannon dropping lower right here. That's the minion that I'm going to be jumping in on. And guess what? She has no E to bump me out, so I'm just going to get a very good trade. Right now, she does hit the E on the back end. And the Q, pretty nice return trade from her. But what I can do is I can just trade on my next W right here, feeling confident that I can flash her skill shots. That's the downside of playing mages. They have skill shots, and I just kill her right here. I could have done a little bit better job avoiding some of her damage in between my trading windows with my W. I think that's where the main learning lied from this VOD, and also the fact that my waves weren't really properly set up to trade with the Syndra. That's really what made it somewhat hard for me, but I crawled my way through. I managed to kill her, which is good. So we're going to be showing you guys a few all-in combos. We're just going to be combining the micro in the trading section right now, and just going to see how it looks in practice to see how you can really just all-in someone and kill them. It's not going to be overcomplicated. It's not going to be super, super clean, but it just shows what's really possible. Right here, very classic, just WQE combo into the vehicles. Another one, WQE. You can see the amount of damage that Trist deals at this part in the game. It's really, really high. Could have done a better job W buffering that right there. But it is what it is. And another one versus a middle sticks. Who even plays middle sticks? As you can see, W onto them. Proc the bomb. and you combine it with an R. You can also R in your W cast, and that explodes them. Deals a lot of burst damage. So just nice, inspirational. The all-in combos, nothing too crazy. The main learnings were actually in the trading sequence. We're going to be combining all of this in the laning section of the guide as well. So everything that we talked about, we're going to even expand further on that in the laning section. We're going to be covering matchups and stuff like that. So stay tuned for that one.
All right, everyone, inside this lesson today, we're going to be covering important settings that you must have ticked with Tristana, as well as important drills that will help you have success with Tristana in solo queue. Now, first things first, covering the settings. Now, the first one that I want you guys to investigate here is player attack move. Attack move is, look, it's a bit of a pain in the ass to develop muscle memory around. It's not absolutely essential, but I think long term, if you actually want to get success and climb, it borderline is essential. Now, for those of you who don't know what attack move is, essentially the way it works is that if I were to click over here, notice how my character is just going to walk straight past the character and I won't attack this person. That's just a normal movement. If I use attack move, as soon as I get in range to auto attack this person, it's going to mean that I'm going to attack this person straight away. Now, when we're playing champions with a lot of attack speed, especially in a team fight, every single auto attack matters. So instead of, walking to a location in a team fight, if you attack move, you're going to make sure that you don't miss a single auto. So this is a very, very important thing to get used to. We'll cover this in the drills in a moment. So that's number one. Number two, you need to make sure that you actually have, target champions only here. I like to set mine on the tilde button, just next to number one. The reason target champions only is also quite important is especially if you're fighting inside a wave and you use attack move. Sometimes what can happen if you don't have it on is that you're just going to hit the minions instead of the champions, and that can be a disaster. Same thing for diving. Now, I would also suggest having this one here, treat target champions only, as a toggle. So you just click it and it stays on the entire time. So notice how here I can't even target this champion because I have, this scuttle, because I have target champs only. It helps with fighting around neutrals, fighting around the towers, fighting in waves. It helps with all those things. So highly recommend making it as a toggle. The only other one here is attack move on cursor. So it just does exactly that. When you're inserting and using attack move, it will prioritize the target closest to your mouse click. Now, this is very important when it comes to team fights. So let's say I just use attack move, it'll just be very random. I don't know which one my thing is going to attack because they might be so close to each other. But if I attack move on cursor, it's going to go closest to my cursor. So it's going to attack whoever my cursor is closest to. And that's very important for target selection in team fights when you really want to be particular about who you're attacking. So these are the few settings. Now, let's get into drills. Okay, so we'll reset the games just so it'll look exactly like you guys would loading into practice store. So you load in. First thing that I like to do is level myself up, give myself auto refresh, banner and energy, and then give myself some gold. So we'll start with just very basic. So what I would do is start with just no attack speed whatsoever. And so the first one we want to do is we want to get comfortable weaving in auto attacks at varying levels of attack speed. So what you would want to do is get comfortable with attacking this person very simply with attack move. Attack move, click, attack move, click, attack move, click. When you have low attack speed, it's very easy to do this because, again, the attack speed is very low. Now, if I were to use our Q here, use my Q, gives myself attack speed. Notice how it's a little bit faster, still reasonably easy. Now, it can actually be helpful to put auto refresh cooldown so we can use our Q whenever we want. So essentially now, I'll practice this a little bit just with the attack speed. And notice I'm attack moving, attack move, click, attack move, click, attack move, click. Okay, great. Now that's easy. We might ramp it up a little bit. So we might add ourselves in maybe a Kraken and maybe a Berserker Greaves, okay? Go again. Don't use your Q, and now just see what it's like with just these, without the Q on. Again, fill that one out, and then you might want to add in your Q. So now it's a little bit faster, and try it again. Get comfortable doing this. Now, also, in terms of the location of the dummy, make sure you're not only doing it upwards, do it downwards as well. So you're comfortable on both sides. So a lot of us have comfortability on one side of our character, and this can help as well. So now you might add in another item, especially with Navori. This is going to be when you're getting all the attack speed you need. We'll just go over here, clear the dummies again, chuck down a dummy. Start without your Q. Feel that out a little bit. Attack move, attack move, attack move, attack move. Now, then you add in your Q. This is probably the maximum amount of attack speed that you're going to have to get used to. Now, for me, as a non-AD carry player, even though this looks relatively basic for some people, this was not basic for me. So, spending time in practice tool, doing this as a bit of a warm-up before loading in. You might want to do it for 1 or 2 minutes, put on some music. This can really help you build that comfortability with, your auto attack weaving. And if you can't handle your character with its attack speed when it comes to team fights and skirmishes, it's going to be very, very detrimental. Now, so that's the first little drill there that I'd recommend. And again, put it on both sides of your character to build comfortability in all sides of your character. Now, another drill is we need to get comfortable doing the full combo. And the full combo, what I mean by that is that you want to be able to jump in, use your Q, E, and then boom straight away, and then kind of, push them away and jump out again. Now, again, the key is we're always casting our Q before our E, such that the E comes out faster because the E cast time scales with attack speed. So again, what you might do is just put a dummy over a wall, get comfortable jumping in, casting E, auto, jump out. So this is something you can do that's very easy to replicate. Boom, 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 jump out. And just do this a few times to build that comfortability with doing that full combo, bursting people down. Attack move, attack move, attack move, jump out. You can also do it with your R, whereby you would want to proc the E with your R. So auto, and then finish it with your R, and then boom, same thing again. So you can play around with that. This second drill is not as important because I think for you, if you have the auto weaving down, it's going to be relatively straightforward. The first one is going to be absolutely crucial. So if you have any questions about this drill, I'll be around the Discord, but very, very important for you guys to spend the time, especially for those of you who don't have a background in AD carry. So let's get into Tristana's lane phase. First and foremost, Tristana's lane revolves around constant pressure. Our goal is to keep the enemy under the pump by making the reactor waves and utilizing our AoE and wave clear to ensure that we are on the front foot and they are on the back foot. This is a huge part of Tristana's identity. Now, we must aim to use our fleet and D-Blade healing alongside all the other runes, Absorb Life, to ideally create a resource advantage. And this really ties into Tristana's laning identity, which is that of, kind of winning the war of attrition, right, Tim? This is what our champion is fundamentally all about. If we're not taking good trades, we're not putting the enemy under the pump, we're not exerting pressure, we're not kind of winning that war of attrition, then there's really no point playing Tristana. This is fundamentally at the core of what makes this champion viable.
That's right. Yeah, and that's also why we take the runes, we take the fleet, we take the absorb life. So whenever we trade and we're just going to be hitting the minions, we're going to be winning. And the goal of this is by creating the resource advantage, we get lane control. So how do we get that? How do we get that resource advantage? Well, by trading properly. We can do that in many different ways. We can do a short E poke trade, so E out attack, back off. But you can also W in if you feel like you got the angle for it. And mainly the way that we're going to be winning trades is by slow pushing into the enemies. Tristana loves slow pushing because if you slow push, what's going to happen is that you're going to get a minion advantage. And when your minions are dying, because you have the minion advantage, it's really easy to walk up and trade out attacks with the enemy laner because you got a slight minion advantage and you're not really going to get contested by the enemy creeps that way as well.
Yeah, and it's very important that we look to poke the tower whenever possible. Now, look, in the ideal world, we chunk out the enemy and we get free access to the tower ourselves. But whenever we find those windows to poke the enemy, even weaving in an order or two, it would be great if you could also get the Demolish proc, but even just an order or two, it really adds up. And by the end of a lot of the time, by the end of the first 10 minutes, you might have 1 or 2 place, sometimes even 3, depending on how many Demolish rocks you've been able to get. And that's really what's going to separate us from the enemy and get us snowballing in that upwards trajectory. And look, and I think it's important to note that we've got to be very, very precise about our W timers, and we've got to be looking out for hard CC. But oftentimes, the beauty with Tristana is you could W in anyway, even if their CC is available. And we'll be showing many examples where, for example, playing the Syndra matchup, they have their E, everything available. Boom, I can just jump in. Even if they E me, I'm still going to be getting off 1 or 2 autos with my bomb attached to them and taking a really favorable trade. And then again, because we are opting in for this setup that really emphasizes sustain, even if I can take a trade where I take maybe 15% of the HP and I maybe lose 5% of mine, I'm going to be coming out massively ahead because of the amount of sustain inbuilt in my setup. So aggressive Ws, that's a huge part of Tristana's lane phase identity. Now, moving on to matchups. So this one is a lot going on here. We'll take our time to go through this one. So basically, what Tim's actually put this together in a really awesome way. We've kind of put these different categories together. So we have the ranged auto attackers, we have the mid-range mages, we have the assassins and bruisers, we have the long-range mages, very unique matchups, and then the tanks and lane avoiders. Now, what we've also done is that we've kind of ranked them in terms of kind of difficulty, right, Tim? So the left
Yep.
being kind of the most annoying, and then moving our way kind of to the right. Now, look, ultimately, these tier lists and matchup tier lists, there's so much interpretation, server differences, rank differences. This is just a very general framework. Now, whether or not Hui is second or third, whether or not Corky is third or fourth, or whether Akali is first or second, it doesn't matter. It's just the general framework. Regardless of what you see here, we're going to have to get into the matchup specifics anyway. So this should give you a very good general kind of overarching framework. And as you can see, the hardest matchups in a lot of these kind of categories are, Yasuo, access to the wind wall. Cassio, she can stand her ground. Aurelia, she can stand her ground a lot of the time. Akali can be a little bit annoying until we get access to our Hex Drinker. Syndra with the definitive self peel relative to a lot of these other mages that don't have self peel. So look, take this as you will. If you have any questions about specific matchups, we'll be around to answer questions. Any other comments before we move on from this one, Tim?
Yeah, but one thing to really keep in mind is that in general, ranged auto attack champions are going to be skill check matchups. It doesn't really matter the order, best player will win. So you got to get really clean on your trading patterns. What you'll see in general with mid-range mages is they're very short range. They're able to deal out a lot of damage. Mercs is going to be your key to win these matchups. Assassins, Bruisers, same story, but with play the steel caps. And long range mages, it's all about Wing in. That's how you're going to be winning those matchups. Plus, of course, getting Mercs. And tanks later orders, they're just annoying. Just push them in and get the plates. And unique matchups, we're going to starting off with you got 5 champs that basically have unlosable lanes into as Tristana, and they got Yasuo, so it's a little bit different. So why is Yasuo in this matchup, Curtis?
Yeah, so Yasuo, we're not even going to bother. That is our recommended ban. If you are a Tristana enthusiast, get Yasuo out of your games. Now, look, if you are, there are probably some very amazing Tristana players out there that can navigate this matchup. I think for the majority of us mere mortals, it's not really worth thinking the time into. It's a bit of a pain in the ass. So get rid of Yasuo if you're in a position where you have to blind pick. Otherwise, yeah, we shouldn't be versing it. So diving into the lanes, we're going to be kicking it off with the long-range mage matchups. And this one was me playing Tristana into Syndra. A very common matchup. You guys are going to be versing a lot of control mage players. The only mage that actually does remotely decent into Tristana is Syndra. So you need to know how to navigate this one. So what we're looking for in these kind of more long-range matchups is aggressive Ws, slow building waves, winning the war of attrition, and slowly kind of chunking out the enemy. So let's go ahead and see how I navigate this one.
Beautiful.
As you can see, I've got my bone plating. Now I actually look for a very aggressive W start. Now into a lot of these low CC mages, whether it be Orianna, Victor, etc., you can actually straight up start W, and you can start your slow build from the get-go.
That's right. And a very good thing that Curtis mentioned, right, is in these type of matchups, the way that we win them, because they're so long range, is by aggressive W usage in. We need to be very aware of when it's the right time to W. And if we're not able to find those W windows, that's when we're not going to be able to win these matchups, because we're just going to get outranged. And as you can see, we're going to get poked by the Syndra. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say here, the downside of doing what I did here level 1 is that I'm not able to get the level 2 when the wave's in a good position. So it has a bit of a trade-off. Yes, my level 1 trade can be quite good, but it actually makes my level 2 a lot worse off. If I were to play that level 1 a lot slower by keeping the wave in a neutral state and actually not leveling out my W and then holding on until level 2, I could actually get a much better trade. And we'll show more examples of this kind of throughout the matchups, but I just wanted to show you that this is an option into low CC kind of mages. Level 1, Wing into them with bone plating specifically is a very effective strategy. And as you can see here, I'm just utilizing my fleet to look for those auto trades, trying to win the war of attrition. I'm trying to let the wave come out here. I'm not just permanently shoving in waves. The way you want to think of Tristana is that everything kind of works in two wave cycles. You're shoving in kind of slow building two waves, looking for a trade, letting the wave come out, and then going again, rinse, repeat. And as you can see here, I'm looking for that aggressive window here, and I'm able to take a really, really nice trade.
Yep, really good stuff. And even though Syndra has the self peel in the E, what you can see is we can just jump on her, and sometimes she's gonna miss the E, sometimes she's gonna land the E, pushes away. If she's really good, she's gonna cancel our jump midair. But what you see, most of the Syndras aren't that good, and you're just gonna be able to get a nice juicy lead jumping into them. It's gonna be very hard for them to trade back. This is where we get the biggest advantages in the lane for.
Yeah, and look, I want to go back and just highlight one incredibly important thing, just because this is such a pivotal part of the Tristana experience. Is again, look at this aggressive W. Notice how, again, like Tim said, Syndra did land the E. But look at this. Even if I didn't get that third auto, maybe even if I got one or two, it still would have been a great trade. Now, yes, I had the luxury of getting the second W because I got the W reset by getting the fully stacked E. But that's, I would say, a luxury. It's quite rare that I would say you get the fully stacked E in a lot of these early these early matchups. But again, worth noting. Now that I've chunked out the Syndra, I'm just looking to shove, try and keep her in lane, keep her interested. And a lot of the time, by the way, an interesting mindset that helped me a lot with Tristan is try and extend the lane phases. Keep people
Yep.
locked in lane. Any opportunity to keep them locked in lane is going to favor you because, again, you're going to win that war of attrition. And I'm really just kind of putting the pressure on. And as you can see, I'm 26 CS to 11. Syndra is, struggling to keep up her farm because she's constantly reacting to waves and feeling that pressure.
That's right. And what's really going on is Syndra is now taking the reset on 11 creeps. And what we're doing is we're still full resources right here. So we can extend the lane a little bit longer, get a ward out to get us some cover. And we really can base upon a gold value that suits us. We're happy taking a trade right now because we got still TP advantage. So if we take a trade, a heavy trade, and we TP back, Syndra is going to be in the position of struggle because she now does not have TP, and we are able to up the tempo through TPing back into the lane.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, I could have reset earlier. It may be, going for an early Vamp Scepter would have also been completely fine. Into Syndra specifically, I think Mercs is just very, very, very valuable. So I really wanted to make sure I get that kind of Mercs reset. Now that I've kind of hit that number, now what I'm looking to do is kind of shove into some sort of a reset. If I can heavy trade into a reset, that would be amazing because Syndra's already burnt her TP. So as you can see here, I'm just trying to shove, get my recall. I don't want to stay for too long. And then here we go and get my nice little reset. And this is going to give me a beautiful early recall. I get that Mercs. Fast forwarding a little bit here. Now I've got I've got a pot, I've got a control ward, I've got a Mercs. I established my vision, and now it's rinse, repeat.
Yeah, it's perfect from this point. And now put yourself in Syndra's shoes right here. If you're playing Syndra with an Amtone versus Tristana with Mercs, not in a happy position. And Curtis really capitalizes onto this advantage. Syndra gets a little bit too close in auto attack range. Whenever these long range mages get into auto attack range, feel free to just trade auto attacks. In this case, we got the Demolish, and because of us being so much stronger than the Syndra, we get this beautiful Demolish proc, and we're just generating so much more gold than the Syndra at this point in the game.
And notice that trade before, I was only able to get 2 autos. It was E into 2 autos. It's completely fine. It's okay to just get 1 or 2 autos. Those short little E trades are also completely fine.
That's right.
And even just like that, just the little auto trades, E-autos, they are also completely fine. Now, look, in an ideal world, I could be doing something a little bit better here. I could actually be letting the wave come out a bit into neutral state and then go for these 2 stacks. Like I'm this. This is much better. This is way better. I don't want to just randomly hard job. This allows me now to again, take these better quality extended trades. And I might even be able to look for a die with my jungler, given, how low this Syndra is potentially.
Exactly. And it's very good that you mentioned that. If we let the wave come out to neutral a little bit, we actually have the opportunity to jump down onto the enemies on the long lane. And if it's constantly being pushed in, if we're constantly trying to hard shove every single wave, we don't really get these W opportunities. Yes, we get the perma prio, but we can put even more pressure onto the enemies by just slow pushing instead of just hard pushing.
Yeah, and I think here the only reason I hard shoved is I actually thought that Syndra was going to base on the cannon there. That's the only reason I hard shoved. If I knew she wasn't recalling and I saw if I noticed that she warded that top side, I probably wouldn't have hard shoved there. I would have slow build because I knew she was sticking around. But as you can see, I'm still trying to get damage on the tower, and just me alone, I've already been able to get 2 plates solo. And this is how that kind of snowball really begins.
That's right. I can see how valuable that the Mercs is in this matchup. Syndra just QD'd us and it didn't even tickle us. We, with our fleet and with our Absorb Life, we're just regenerating so much more health. And these champions, these control mages like the Syndra, like the Victor, like the Orianna, they don't have any sustain in their kit. So if we can just play the War of Attrition, it's just so hard for them to keep up. And we're just going to be building this massive advantage in the lane.
Yep, she's sitting on around about 50 CS, 48 CS. I'm on 73. And this is where it gets absolutely out of control. Now, I end up being a bit disrespectful there. I didn't expect the regank, so I was a bit conservative there. I probably didn't even need to burn flash, but I just wanted to kind of hold my resource advantage. But it looks like this Syndra is desperately trying to get a recall. So I'm just trying to shove in, keep eyes on her. I probably could have even got a reset here, to be honest, instead of staying for one more. But again, my mindset was I'm a Tristana. I want to utilize my great wave clear to try and get
Yep.
the waves out and deny her as much farm as possible. So overstaying for a little bit more farm can be okay with Tristana because again, your wave clear is so goddamn good.
Yep.
But
And what happens is we just get a much better base. We get so much gold. We get a beautiful base going here.
yeah, and so this was earlier on in my journey. You know, look, getting the axe here is completely fine. I think in hindsight, I probably would have opted in for the recurve bow, but is what it is.
That's right. So in this VOD, we're going to be watching Tristana versus Vel'Koz, and the main emphasis of this VOD is going to be shown in W usage. We really want to take a look at the W usage in this VOD, because this is going to be the key to winning most of these matchups. So we get a little bit of a scrap early, a little bit chaotic. This is always going to happen in solo queue as well. In this case, we are on the winning end. Sometimes we're also on the losing end, but it does mean that right now I haven't been able to spend my gold. Minion waves coming in. I'm not super high HP. So when it comes to the first W in the lane, to be very specific, ideally we time that with bone plating. In this case, I do not have bone plating because of the early scrap. So we cannot time it with bone plating, but one thing that we can do is we can actually wait for the first wave to settle and then jump in. As you can see, the casters are already hitting the melee minions, and that's when I pull the trigger onto the Vel'Koz, especially with Fleet. If you jump in with Fleet, you also get a lot of health back by out-attacking the enemy laner. That's going to be the main mindset of the level 1 W start.
And look at the wave here. The one thing I like about your early lane here is that you've kept the wave in a really conservative position, such that now when you hit level 2, level 3, you're going to have plenty of room to W in aggressively. You know, this is something that I didn't do in the last little VOD into the Central, where I probably overshoved and AoE'd the wave a little bit too much with my first W. But now look at you, you're in a position where, okay, well, wave's in a pretty conservative position, and now there's going to be plenty of opportunities to W aggressively.
That's right. And you can see that if I don't W in, Vel'Koz will just annihilate me with his range advantage, with his poke. So I'm actively looking, okay, when I can actually jump in onto this guy. When is he overstepping? Because ideally I get the slow off onto him as well, which is then going to allow me to proc my full bomb.
Yeah, and look, this Vel'Koz has done actually a very good job of procking your bone plating from a distance. He's definitely made you sweat, and because if Tim here had been able to maybe avoid some of those cues and had bone plating here, it would definitely make his life a lot easier.
That's right. So I see an angle onto the Vel'Koz, a little bit of a scrappy skirmish. I think this one is good to rewatch here, Curtis, because there's a lot of little things going on. So you may ask yourself, why is Vel'Koz walking up into me? Well, it's because he's baiting in my W for the Bel'Veth to come and counter gang me. I had the Volibear around me, and I actually knew that I was fine jumping in because I get the E into the W reset. And you can jump out, you can jump in like I did again. In this case, I got a pretty nice kill onto the Vel'Koz because he had no sums. Pretty nicely timed with the Bel'Veth Q. And if I was a little bit better, I could have also buffered the Bel'Veth W instantly and gotten out. But that was pretty early in my Tristana journey. Give me some slack, guys.
Yeah, we'll cut you some slack this time.
Yeah.
But overall, look, this was end up being a pretty favorable play for you either way. The wave crashed. Vel'Koz doesn't have TP, so we're in a pretty good position, and that gave us a good reset. We come back with the tier 1 boots and a recurve bow that gives us a lot of damage. And so now it's go time for us. This is where we got our recurve bow. This is where ideally we want to be looking for those aggressive W's.
Exactly. So that is also what I'm going to be looking for. But there's a very important thing to note is we're playing against the Belvev. And Belvev is a high threat ganking jungle. That champion is really good at chasing you down the lane and actually getting you. Her ganks are incredibly strong. So because I've got no vision onto the Belvev and I see she hasn't cleared a blue buff with this current wave state, I do not feel comfortable jumping in onto the Vel'Koz.
Yeah, and this is actually a common mistake. I mean, look, yeah, I've made this mistake many, many a times, and I'm assuming that I'm going to see it with a lot of the lower level Tristana players. Not really thinking about the jungler. They're thinking, "Oh, look, my wave's in a good spot. I got bone plating. I'm ready to go." But they're not really contemplating the jungler. And this is where the threat assessment aspect of Tristana really comes into play. It's not only about your isolated 1v1. And so one of the things that really separates good quality Tristana players is not only um, you know understanding your trading patterns, but understanding when specifically to go in. And the timing is absolutely crucial. And with Tristana, it's not necessarily about the W's that you do go for, it's also about the W's that you don't go for. And so Tim here has shown a lot of discipline, given Belveth a lot of respect. And yeah, even though, Vel'Koz has shown many angles where we could have W'd in, he's chosen not to because we simply don't have the information to do so. Even here, right now, we could go in the 1v1,
Yeah.
but we don't know where the Belveth is. Belveth is highly likely hovering out of vision on that top side, and this is no way we can, pull the trigger there without putting ourselves in a very vulnerable position.
Yeah, exactly. Because look what has Belvev been doing, right? We spotted her on the blue. She didn't clear the blue, and now we haven't spotted Belvev for like a whole 1.5, 2 minutes, and she hasn't cleared her waves. So I don't know where she is, but she's not clearing her camp. So I do not feel comfortable jumping in onto the Falcons here.
Yeah, exactly right. And look, either way, it's still fine for us, right? We're scaling as a Tristana. We're still getting prio. We're hitting
Yep.
as long as we're hitting our farm, then all's good. No big deal. And the alternative here is we can shove in this case, proc out demolish and get a nice little play, which is great for us.
Yep. Exactly. And
So
once
again,
again,
Belveth's hovering mid.
yep. Wave state's nice and neutral, exactly where we want it. So we get some room on the lane, and we can just be slow building it into the Vel'Koz right here. Vel'Koz has some pretty creative Q angles right here. Some of the Vel'Koz players, there's something else with those with those angles, and we're just making sure that the wave is slowly pushing into the enemies, and then always trying to get back to neutral. We don't really want to get it stuck onto Vel'Koz side as well.
Now, this play here, even though it is very opportunistic, is something that you guys are going to be able to. This is kind of a situation that you guys are going to be in a lot as a Tristana, because we are getting a lot of priority. A lot of the time, we're going to have first move, and we're going to be able to get these opportunistic picks. So we get a beautiful pick there onto the Zyra. The Zyra was coming through to get a little bit of vision, gets caught out by your W, and just like that, that puts us in a very commanding position whereby we can essentially afford our Kraken. So from this
Yeah,
point, we're just looking to spend our gold, get our Kraken, and get back on the map. So we'll fast forward a little bit here. We end up getting a really good reset. We'll shove one more wave in, two more waves, sorry, and get our recall for Kraken. Now we're in an extremely commanding position here, Tim.
that's right. And whenever you get Kraken in lane as Tristana, you got a nice little neat trick that you can do. And I do it in this specific instance, is you out-attack the wave twice, get your Kraken proc ready, and then you jump in on towards the enemies. And then with the empowered out-attack, that's when you're going to be doing so much damage. And in this case, Vel'Koz just didn't even know what hit him through the barrier, just got annihilated.
Yep, and so notice the two autos on the minion before we went in there, and now we're able to easily finish off that Vel'Koz, and then we can kind of get the ball rolling from there.
Exactly.
Getting into another lane, this was me playing Tristana into Lux. I wouldn't say it's an overly common matchup. Potentially in the lower elo brackets, you might see it a little bit more. The key thing to note about this matchup is that Lux does have hard CC, right? We've got to play around that Q. Now, Lux also has pretty decent poke, so it's quite important that we're really trying to play a bit of dodgeball and avoid those skill shots. So let's see how I navigate this one. I'm hoping that I played the level 1 a little bit more conservative than I did in the Syndra, keeping the wave in a more neutral position.
This is beautiful.
Yep,
Beautiful W.
let the wave settle, utilize my bone plating, get 3 beautiful autos there. Now, this is going to be a lot better for me because now, as you'll see, the next wave is going to be in a much better position.
Exactly. And a very good thing that you did here, and it kind of went unnoticed, is that you actually waited with your W until you spotted the Lux E animation. So you kind of dodged Lux E and jumped on top of her head to get the beautiful trade going.
Now, to be honest, I will say one thing. I actually sometimes prefer Q level 2 in this instance over E. I think W into Q just allows you to get a little bit more damage with those autos. E's still okay. But look, nowadays I'm preferring the Q level 2 if I'm going for that level 2 trade. That's just personal preference, though, at the end of the day.
Okay. And the main thing to note is I think we made a slight missed opportunity here in the wave management. We could have pushed the previous wave a little bit faster, trying to get that to crash so the next wave comes in a little bit neutral. So now we lose one wave of tempo. We sadly missed the cannon. Curtis, come on.
We don't talk about that here.
Okay.
We pretend that never happened. But yes, I 100% agree. And as a Tristana, we don't really want the wave stuck in that very awkward position. We want to let the waves come back out into neutral state. And if you are not intentional with your waves and the waves are just sitting in this awkward position, this is where the lane will get hard. This is where we don't want it. We do not want it here. We want to minimize the time that the wave's in this location. So let the wave come out a little bit, and then we go for kind of a rinse repeat.
Love it. Yeah, you're doing a fantastic job here. Just not hitting the wave too much. Just making sure that it's slowly pushing into us. In this case, we also got ganked by Diana. It's fantastic that the wave is now not stuck onto the enemy's laner side. And we're doing some beautiful leaning. And because the wave was actually coming out in the middle, we actually get a nice W window in onto the Lux, getting a lot of damage off onto her.
Yeah, and so I'm able to get some great trades off here. Again, if I was permanently shoving waves, I never would have been able to find that beautiful trade. Playing a bit of dodgeball here, utilizing my fleet creatively, and again, putting a lot of pressure onto this Lux here. And
That's
more
right.
importantly, winning the war of attrition. That's the big one here. So a lot of action going on here.
Yeah, a lot of action. Very chaotic, messy solo queue game here. But that's what makes this realistic as well. Like, this is not only going to happen in this game, this is also going to happen in your games. Tristana loves slow early games in which she can just isolate the lane and take control. She's also happy in a little bit more chaotic games with some early game skirmishes. She's quite decent at early game skirmishes with her W resets and, of course, high burst damage, but also decent DPS.
Yeah, and so here I thought that the Lux was resetting, but then it looks like she didn't. So I'm like, okay, well, so be it. End up getting some more vision here. Getting very, very close to Merc's Gold. This is another matchup where Mercs can be quite effective. You can also go early Vam Scepter if you prefer. But again, I think Muma's beat in this matchup goes a very long way. So I'm a big fan of Mercs, or at minimum tier 1 boots.
Yep. And it's good that we extend the lane here, because Lux cannot really play. She has no TP, so the longer we extend the lane, the better it is. I reckon we can play the wave still a little bit slower, just to deny Lux a little bit more farm. But overall, the general mindset's really good, and we get a nice play of it.
Yeah. And so get another plate, another Demolish Pock. So what I should really do here is walk past the wave, see where the Lux is before committing to the wave. And what I'm doing right now is I'm just thinking to myself, there's no way she's going to stay on this cannon wave, but she is. And so I think that what she's trying to do is she's trying to get to 6 and then potentially one-shot the wave or something. Yep. So again, I could have just been a little bit more, pay a little bit more attention to detail, walk past the wave, just guarantee that she's not resetting, and then, do the exact same thing and then slow build. But end up getting a good reset regardless. End up getting a Mercs. Now, I was a bit greedy. Look, I think in hindsight, what I would have done if I would have played this matchup again is probably get a pot. I think getting a pot would be quite nice. This is a matchup where you will be taking quite a bit of poke, inevitably. So getting a pot, even with fleet, does help.
Yep. That's right. And we use our TP advantage. We TP back. We get a control ward as well. And we used that opportunity to hard shove the next wave and actually get almost close to the second plate here in the lane. And also in this lane, we're just generating so much more gold than this looks here.
Yeah, some fancy footwork, another plate, and so again, I'm in a very commanding position, slowly choking out this Lux. So what I'm hoping to see here is letting the wave come out a little bit into that neutral state. I found it very
Mhm.
hard to find aggressive W's in this lane just because of the amount of action that was going on in the early lanes. So haven't had as many windows.
Okay, so I quickly want to emphasize one thing in this VOD. Let's go back to the point in which we placed the control ward. I think this is a very important point in the lane right here. So if we look on the map, what we'll see is that if we freeze frame here, that our top lane is getting annihilated, completely annihilated. Like this guy is getting tear to shreds here, while our bot lane is doing quite well. And we also see that our Lee Sin understands that he's playing strong side bot, weak side top. We just leave our Aatrox for what it is. That means that we want to be splitting sides of the map and taking our lane control and emphasizing and encouraging even more plays around the bot lane because that's our strong side. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be placing our control ward in the bot lane push. We're going to be using our priority to lean down into bot, and we're going to be helping our Lee Sin with the plays that he's going to be making onto the bot side, having first move, and really translating the lead that we have into the lane into other parts of the map.
Yeah, and it's absolutely crucial you're aware of this stuff as a Tristana because you are going to be getting a lot of prio. And, one of the, I guess, side quests, if you will, is being able to complement your jungler, having first move, complementing your jungler, and using that control to either secure neutral objectives or follow up on invades or whatever the hell it might be. And in this case, Lee Sin is able to turn our prio and control into a sneaky little dragon, which is great.
That's right.
So I end up using my R here for a bit of, I guess, peel, if you will. I probably didn't need to. I could have actually just taken the short trade and just W'd out, but I thought it was nice just to use the R to proc the E passive and get a nice little bit of a disengage going on. I would
Yeah.
say that is one of the. I have a bad habit for me specifically in with Tristana, where I am a little bit trigger happy. I would say with my R's. It's something I'm working on, one of my learning objectives. But yeah, nonetheless, you can use it for that for a bit of lane control.
Yeah, I don't think it's too bad at all, actually. I think the idea behind it was good. We just want to get out, minimize damage so we can extend the lane a little bit more. We can see that we use our nice lane priority that we have to be first and move towards this play first, just to help and support our team on our strong side of the map.
Yeah, and so as you can see, I haven't been able to get like a ton done into Lux. I mean, individually, she's probably kept up farm relatively close. But the big thing is that I have had a lot of prio. I've had first move, and more importantly, um, I've got two plates. And so I'm up about 26 CS, which is pretty good. Not, it's not crazy, nothing crazy, but it's pretty solid. And so now I'm in a position where I'm starting to really ramp up.
That's right. And we're really going to be accentuating what we're already going to be doing. We're just going to be rinse and repeating the same exact process because we're happy just scaling up. We're trying to get as much gold as possible. We want to be leaning towards our strong side, playing with our Lee Sin, playing with our bot side.
Yeah, exactly right. And so this is typically where, Tristana is in a pretty big power trough. This is where we really start to feel it. We're not yet at our first item, whether it be a Kraken or Bork. We've only got some components. A lot of mages are completing their lost chapter and major components of their first item. And this is where they start to pop off around level 7. So it's not uncommon to feel a little bit constricted and limited with what you can do at this stage of the lane. So as you can see, I don't really have enough information to go in aggressively on this guy. So I'm just taking it, slow, hovering my jungler, just making sure I'm in the area, just trying to make this Lux sweat. Now, this was actually a very greedy. I don't even like this, what I did here. Okay, so let's get into this. There's a lot of little details here I want to talk about. So, step number 1. I do like my leaning onto topside here because that's where my jungler is. I want to be in the area to complement my jungler. This wasn't my control ward. It was placed in a very weird location. So unfortunately, the enemy were in a position where they could have actually taken it. So it's just a poor control ward. So my mindset here was, all right, I'm going to kind of punish this Lux, jump in there. But this is fundamentally a bad W because I didn't know where their jungler was. Now, the other problem is that I used my R. I didn't need to use my R. That was me getting punished for my bad habit of being trigger happy with my R. What I could have done if I didn't use it is actually use it to peel off the Wukong there. And it actually would have made my life a hell of a lot easier. And also, I didn't buffer the knockup with my W. So a lot of small little details there that end up costing me. And and again, this is the reality of playing champions like Tristana. These little details matter, and it's a great example, kind of contrasting the poised nature of Tim's a quite conservative and poison patient W usage, contrasted with the situations that you're going to be in if you're not poisoned. You're going to find yourself in those sticky scenarios.
So we're going to be taking a look at the matchups category of mid-range mages. And these are very common matchups. Most likely your most common matchups. Because there's just so many champions in this type of category pool. So these matchups are champions that have the same or slightly longer range than Tristana. So what you're going to see is that you want to be trading a lot of auto attacks because you want to be getting into range. You want to be comfortable trading auto attacks. Versus these champions, Mercs is a must as well. These are champions that usually have slightly higher DPS than the longer range mages. And if you just blindly W in, most of the times you're just going to get killed. So you want to be very precise about the angles that you have when you jump in. And Mercs are a must most of the times because it's going to prevent their high burst and higher DPS from actually killing you.
Yeah, these are matchups that definitely not easy. Hui is actually one of the trickier ones if you're not careful. Hui has, if the Hui uses E well, can be a little bit annoying. Now, post Mercs, in my experience, this matchup gets a lot easier because even if Hui is able to respond with the EQ, you can kind of just stand your ground and still get a few autos off and get a few ticks of the bomb. But as you'll see in this lane, I go for the El Clasico, kind of a bit of a two-stack here. I try not to shove the first wave too quickly. I take probably a few too many of these QQs, but I'm actively trying to kind of slow build here, potentially look for a bit of a level 2 all in if I can find the window. But in this game specifically, I went for a little bit of a greedier setup. I went for the inspiration instead of the resolve secondary, which does it does definitely hurt my level 2, level 3 trading because I don't have access to bone plating. So I'm able to W in, get a bit of a fleet proc, and then I can continue to make sure this wave crashes, and then let the third wave come out.
Yeah, beautiful. And you can see that we took Q secondary instead of E secondary in this particular lane. And I think it was pretty good in this case because it helped us get the wave out with more out attack speed onto the wave. Of course, the E passive also works well onto the wave, but it's a little bit easier to manage it yourself with these auto attacks. And about the result is about the same. The goal was just get the wave in so that the next wave doesn't really get stuck into this position, but rather it's slow pushing back into us or going a little bit more towards that neutral position.
Yep. And now we're in a good position. Waves coming out. Now, this early game specifically, I played this one recently. It was a little bit chaotic. There was a lot going on. There was a bit of a failed invade here. It turned into a bit of a messy situation. We'll play it through. Again, welcome to solo queue. Shit happens. I was willing to, again, trade a little bit of HP with the Hui here because I need to use my fleet. I need to burn some of Hui's mana. I need to make him sweat a little bit. So I'm trying to find the walk the tightrope here between trimming the wave, but also helping my jungler. And so as you'll see here, I try to help my jungler. I'm able to get a nice little kill here on the back end and then get back to lane. So we end up getting 1 kill each. Hui got a kill, I got a kill. We both burnt flash. Is what it is. I'm happy with this. I think trading flash with any immobile mage is completely fine.
Yep.
Now, my mindset, just here quickly, is get to Mercs. I'm in Operation Get to Mercs. I need to get to Mercs because once I get Mercs, then my trading becomes a lot easier.
Yeah, that's right. And in this case, we're very happy with a skirmish like that. Tristana is actually pretty good in these early game skirmishes. We haven't really shown it before in previous examples. But in this case, Curtis, I think, was very patient with his approach. We don't necessarily need to rush in those kind of skirmishes. We're very happy playing cleanup with our W resets. Just make sure that you don't mess yourself over with your own wave states. So beautiful reset here onto the Mercs and most likely a refillable potion, really setting ourselves up for success in the lane.
Yeah, I end up going a bit of a greedy setup with the pod and the control ward instead because I had the red buff in my back pocket here. But and now you see straight away, look at this, boom, no hesitation, waves in the middle of the lane, and I'm able to get a really, really nice trade. Just like that, half HP of way. And
Yeah.
again, between the fleet, red buff, mercs, I'm in a very good position. And this is what you want to be doing, especially when the waves in this neutral state. You cannot be afraid to W in when you have mercs.
Yeah, this is fantastic. This really shows the power of like Mercs early on to Tristana and these type of matchups. Like a champion like Wei, like Ari, like Annie, they're gonna stun you whenever you try to go into them. And in this case, they are stunning the Tristana in this case, but you're just denying the stun, still getting your damage off, just completely annihilating them in the trades.
Yeah, and I want to go through this solo kill one more time because a lot of people would think, oh my god, Hui's holding E, I can't go in. But I think it's important to note the interaction here. Yes, I do get feared, but because of the tenacity here, I'm able to stick onto him and get, those additional orders on the back end to proc the bomb. So, whether this is a Vex, whether it's a Lissandra, whether it's a TF, all of these sorts of champions, the same interaction occurs. Even though they will CC you, a lot of the time you can get those auto attacks off on the back end.
That's right. And it's fascinating that this is also something that we spot right now because I also played against the Vex a few days ago, and I was really scared of just jumping in. Even though I did have mercs, I was really scared of just jumping in against the Vex, and I wasn't really able to just utilize my strength in the lane right here. And when I look at it right now, if you just ever get a plain W angle where you can actually get the slow off, and therefore also can get a few auto attacks onto the enemy champion afterwards, you're generally in a really good position because you just win the war of attrition, you stat check them in the trades, and that puts you in lane control.
Yeah, and the challenge you guys are gonna face is trying to balance this with tracking the jungler because you can't just W in like an idiot all the time. You still need to be thinking about where's the jungler. That's very, very important because if you W in and the jungler's there, you're going to be in a bit of trouble. So what ends up happening here is I didn't want to go for a base. I wanted to get to recurve bow gold. So I'll just kind of skim through this. It's quite uninteractive. I'm just trying to find myself a reset window. I take a base on a cannon wave and I come back and get my recurve working towards Kraken. Now I end up going towards Kraken because I felt like I was snowballing. I wanted a bit of additional damage. We'll look at a little bit more of this lane before we move on. But now, especially now with recurve bow and my mercs, I'm in a very, very good position. And so what I'm looking for is constant prio. Again, opportunistic W's when my vision and the jungler scenario permits me, and just ensuring that I have first move. And as you can see here again, beautiful little trades like that. And that gives me so much lane control. And it's just basically that rinse repeat. Now, you may say, well, what if Wei ults you? Okay, if Wei ults me, as long as I'm quite healthy, that's so fine. If I can get out Wei's ultimate, he wasted on me, that's fine. As long as I'm not in kill threat range and I know the junglers can't follow up on it, A+.
Exactly. And really the difference between the trades that Curtis has been taking right now is that whenever he lands his W slow onto the way, that's when he can get those auto attacks in because the slow allows him to keep staying in range. But whenever he doesn't land the slow, so whenever he misses the actual slow part of Tristana's W, that's when he cannot get those extra auto attacks in. So it's really important that you don't just W to get in range because then you just get feared and then you cannot get the auto attacks in. No, actually jump onto the enemy champion like this.
Yep, and this is an example. Wei and Ultra, and look at that. Even though, yes, we do trade ours, but again, at the end of the day, as long as I don't die right now, and to be honest, I probably could have had some fancier footwork there to avoid the QW there from the way. But nonetheless, if I avoided that QW, I would have been in a very, very commanding position. It's just because I got hit by the QW and he was able to proc the passive on the back end. That's what made it kind of messy. But either way, this chaos is going to benefit me a lot more than it's going to benefit Wei.
Yep.
Because I'm the one that can, escape. I have mobility. And now, I can just run away with the lane.
So we're going to be taking a look at the Tristana versus Ari vault. And Tristana versus Ari is, of course, another mid-range matchup. In this specific case, Ari does not pack the biggest punch in the early game, while Tristana actually does. So this matchup in the early game is much more favored compared to the Wei one. And we're really happy utilizing the fact that we've got so much more DPS compared to Ari's long cooldown and burst-oriented style that we really want to be utilizing our W in aggressively. So I'm going to get a little bit more specific in what I'm doing in this first wave. And this is something that we're going to be replaying after the trade's done. because I think this is really good to get a hang of. So what I do is I first of all I proc my fleet and I let all of the minions settle. I want to be nuking this one minion. So on the next minion that Ari wants to CS, I'm jumping in with my bone plating. And coincidentally, that's also before my next fleet comes up. So I'm grabbing this insanely favorable trade right here because my auto attacks deal more damage than Ari's auto attacks. I can nuke this one minion before her, and then when she would otherwise be last hitting that creep, that's what I'm jumping in with my fleet, with my bone plating. And it's already, I've got full lane control just by this instant strategy on level 1.
Yeah, it's huge. And it definitely helps that you have bone plating. In these mid-range matchups, I think bone plating goes a very long way. Just for again securing the W in these extended these all-in trades. And now you have complete lane control. Now, and it's a matter of continuously looking for those opportunistic trades, getting prio, winning the war of attrition. So it looks like you're trying to ensure that this wave crashes, which is really good. We don't want that awkward kind of crash where the wave just sits half outside the tower. So that's why you end up using your E in the wave just to guarantee that it shoves is great. And we can use this as a bit of a warning window.
Yep, that's right. So we're not going to go in depth why I warded there. We're more or less just going to be taking a look at the Trist gameplay. And right now, I want to let the wave come out a little bit more towards my side, and I really want to find another trading window onto this Ahri. So I reach the level 3 and see that my cannon's dropping low. And I know for a fact that Ahri is going to go for this cannon. I got my bone plating and my fleet back up, so I instantly jump onto Ahri's face. I also nicely dodged the charm, but even if I would have gotten hit by the charm, it still would have been a fantastic trade.
Yeah, 100%. It's important to note that, yeah, even if Ari had played that better and we got hit by it, it still would have been absolutely amazing for us. And as you can see already, by level 3, we've already burnt both of Ari's pots. We've got complete control. And the biggest difference between, Hui and these other kind of mid-range matchups is that, they just don't have the same damage, right, as Hui. And, Ari just doesn't pack that punch. And so we're just nowhere near as scared. Now, one thing Tim has done a very good job of in this lane is he's really timing his all-ins beautifully with bone plating. And it's really made the difference. And it actually adds up over time.
That's right. Bone plating number 1 and last hits number 2. Because I know for a fact that the enemies are going to try to walk up, and I'm basically using my W like any other skill shots. Because I don't want to risk the chance of me missing my W. So therefore, I also time my W with last hits to make it easier to land. Because Ari was so screwed, the wave's bouncing out into my side. What's going on is I'm just happy freezing the wave for a short moment of time and denying her a few creeps and really leveraging my lane advantage that I just took. So she's coming back with TP. And right now, we're in a beautiful position as Tristana. What we want to do is we want to leverage the fact that I still have my TP advantage. So I use my bone plating, time another W in onto a cannon creep, and I get this amazing trade into the RE, in which I afterwards want to just push out the wave and get myself a free reset. So Lilia comes to help me. Let's be honest, she's only stealing my XP here.
Dirty jungler. Dirty jungler.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I get a
and
beautiful reset.
I think there's going to be a common question here, Tim, that I want to, quickly cover. And I hate to replay here, but a lot of people will say, well, why didn't you recall? Well, the reality is that Tristana benefits from staying in lane a little bit longer if you can. The more gold that we can go to base with comparatively to our counterpart, the better quality our trades are going to be in the future. And so here, if we can, inch out another few waves, that could be the difference between us getting mercs and, straight up mercs, or even, a recurve bow plus a tier 1 boots. We can get a lot. And so here, Tim understands that he has enough HP, he has enough sustain, he has enough trading power. So he really wants to kind of juice the value of his first reset. And Tristana specifically is very, very good at doing that, and also gets rewarded for doing that, because our first base, the quality of your first base matters a lot. There's a very big difference between going back to base with, say, a long sword and a tier 1 versus a recurve and a tier 1, or a mercs and, and something else. So as you can see, he gets a really good, sizable first base. He's able to get a recurve and a tier 1 and a refill. So really, really awesome first base here.
Yeah, and we see I'm TPing back to lane, and look at what happened. Because I buttered Ari up on the previous W in, I now have this position in the lane where I she's already half health, and I actually get a kill window. And it's also only because I perfectly timed it and preemptively planned it before. Ari disrespected. She got a little bit frustrated, which makes sense because she was under tons of pressure in this lane. And this solo kill really marks the end of her laning career here. She is gonna be out of control for the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, and now it's just going to be essentially rinse repeat from this point onwards. Constantly shoving. She can't really have a say in the lane. We've delayed her wave clear breakpoint. Essentially, there's not really much else we need to really worry about, and that's kind of lane over. So again, guys, we're seeing the trend with these mid-range matchups. Playing in accordance to your bone plating, not being afraid to trade a bit of HP. Really making sure that you're timing your Ws appropriately with last hits, and if you can, even your fleet. And that's really it. Now we are diving into the low range matchups and a lot of these assassins. We're going to be kicking it off with a bit of a Yone matchup. Now, these are tricky matchups. I would say that they're a lot less structured than a lot of the range matchups. There's a lot more nuance. There's a lot more matchup specific. For example, versing a Yone is very different to versing an Akali and very different to versing a Sylas. This is where the matchup specifics really, really come into play. You've got to be very intentional with your itemization. You've got to be extremely intentional with your bone plating. Every little detail matters. In my experience, these are the matchups that I personally struggle the most with. Even though some of them aren't the hardest, just for me, they are a little tricky. So as we go through this, we're going to be trying to cover, some matchup specifics, but also give you some general rules of thumb you can follow.
Yeah, that's right. And you mentioned it, Curtis. These matchups, they're statistically in Tristana's favor, but it's only if you know how the trading patterns works. And if you like mess up once or twice, you're just gonna roll afterwards. So there's not much room for error. You gotta be really playing towards your strengths, playing your timers, and really know the matchups in depth. So what's your strategy here, Curtis?
Yeah, so I'm still looking for the El Clasico 2 stack. As Tristana, we're still looking to slow build waves, get in their face, and most importantly, you're really trying to utilize your range advantage here. And I have a bit of a range advantage into a level 1 Yone, so I'm able to kind of get in his face and be a little bit annoying. And so you will notice, especially early lane, you will have quite a bit of advantage. A lot of these assassins, whether it be a Zed, whether it be a Yone, a Kali, they do change quite a bit at 6. Pre first base, usually you're going to be okay though. So as you can see here, make sure that the second wave crashes, put this guy under a lot of pressure. And the great thing about playing Tristana into these low range matchups, you have a lot more flexibility with poking under tower as well, because they have to walk up to last hit. So comparatively to a mage. So you get more, I think you can get a lot more damage on towers and you can get a lot more autos on the actual enemy rather than having to rely on those big chunks with your W.
That's right, and I think it's beautiful that you that we put in this example because what we see that you do really well is that we punish on the caster creeps, guys. Whenever you are in a position where you're crashing waves into a melee character, don't try to overforce punish onto the melees. They're very hard to reach. They're usually really easy to space for the enemies. But the caster creeps, that's when they have to walk up all the way deep into the lane. That's when we can just throw an auto attack every single time they try to CS.
Yeah, exactly right. And I let the wave come out a little bit, stand my ground with my E autos, avoid his Q3. It's making the matchup a little bit messy here. But I'm in a pretty good situation. It looks like Yone has to probably go back for an early base because he's greeted D Blade, not D Shield. And now I'm in a relatively good position. And plated steel caps goes a long way into a lot of these matchups. So I believe in this game. I also rush plated steel caps.
Yeah, very nice little creative E right there onto the tower. And we're in a position where we want to extend the lane a little bit longer because we want to get a slightly better base here. And we really use the War of Attrition, right? The fact that we have so much regeneration in our kit to allow us to extend the lane a little bit. So we do got to be careful for Yone's traits because he could get into a position where he can actually zone us off the creeps. That's worst case scenario. We want to keep trying to get control.
Yeah, and notice how I let the wave come out a little bit, which is great. Again, still being aware of my jungler's location. Welcome to the chaos of solo queue. Walk up, try to get on top of this guy. To be honest, I probably could have W'd a little bit earlier there. But we were able to burn Yone's flash. And this is, again, one of the benefits of playing Tristana. You are going to have first move. And It can be quite mentally overwhelming to allocate mental stack towards your jungler, but as you get more reps under your belt with Tristana, you will be able to be a little bit more aware of your surroundings. At the start, don't worry too much about that.
That's right. So we're just crashing the wave right here, and we're closing into our 1k gold of plate steel caps. Um, Possibly able to snatch up this plate with the demolish and bone plating. Unfortunately, the fortification of the tower is still on it, so we deal a little bit less damage. We're just trying to extend the lane slightly longer until we actually have the right amount of gold for the reset. And we're just
Yeah.
happy nuking the minions here for it as well.
Yeah, and the only reason I've had to stay this long is because my CS was shocking in this game. I missed way too much farm, and that's forced me to kind of overstay in this lane a little bit. If your CSing was a little bit tighter, a little bit cleaner, you wouldn't have to stay this long, and it would have been a lot easier for me. But I messed up this game, so it's just made it a touch more awkward.
That's right. So we're checking some gold values. And we're probably nuking this wave into a reset here. Nice E onto the cannon minion. Tristana is really good at just nuking waves and getting a nice tempo base afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm willing to trade a bit of HP here. That's fine. Yone's making me sweat for the wave, which, as he should. And then I can get my recall. My CS are really well shocking in this lane. Holy moly. So fast forwarding, I get my reset, get plated steel caps and a dagger, come back. Sorry, I just skipped over this trade. Let's take a look at this trade here. Instantaneously, W win. Wave's in a very good position for me. So I'm able to take a really nice trade and force him back to base again. And I can establish my lane control.
Yeah, beautiful. And this is a pretty good example of just a general slower lane versus these assassins. Of course, now post level 6 gets a little bit more dangerous, but we've actually got a pretty big sizable lead over the Yone in the early game. So he's just going to struggle dealing out damage towards us from this point as well. We're 12 CS up. We're going to be snatching up a plate here. And that makes it just very hard for Yone to get trades back into us. We got a lead. That's the goal of these matchups. Try to get elite levels 1 to 6 most of the time, because post 6, that's when they really can start contesting you.
Yeah, no, I'm really glad you said that, actually, because what I found in these matchups is the quality of your levels 1 to 4 specifically, but mainly 1 to 6. The quality of your 1 to 6 will actually dictate the majority of the lane. If you make mistakes in that levels 1 to 6, it's very, very hard to I guess overcome or neutralize those errors post 6. Now, this game was a little bit earlier on in my Tristana journey, so I just want to kind of talk about this whole sequence here. So I end up kind of using some fancy footwork to avoid some of these Qs. Wave's in a very good position. I know he has no E, so what do? I posture up nice and aggressively, and I'm able to kind of go for this really, really nice all-in onto the Yone. Now, look, this R, one of the bad habits that I had picked up on my Tristana early on in my journey was being very, very trigger happy with my Rs. And I think I got that I come from a mage background a lot of the time. So I am using R for lane control, whether it be an Oriana R or something like that. So one of the habits that I had to kind of work on was not being as trigger happy with my R. Tristana R, in my opinion, is not really an ability where you want to use it for lane control. You can. There are scenarios where you can. More often than not, though, I actually like holding it because it is a really good escaping tool. Peeling back junglers and getting yourself out of sticky situations. So that's just one of the things that I've realized on my journey.
Yeah, I fully agree. The R is so useful as well because it allows you to stack a bomb quicker and possibly get another W reset. That's going to be the difference between if you find an angle in jumping in and there's actually a jungle or a support around, that you're actually able to peel back or proc a bomb, get your W back again, and get out.
Yeah, and you will find a lot of these matchups, if the assassin plays well, you're especially later on as the lane goes, you're kind of limited in what you can do. I think a lot of the damage and a lot of the I guess the lead that you can accrue again is going to be that levels 1 to 6. As you start to get post 6, level 7, level 8, it will get harder and harder and harder because they're going to clear waves, you're going to clear waves, and it kind of turns into a little bit of ping pong, and it'll be too risky for you to get anything done. As we'll get into some other matchups in a moment, but especially into a lot of Assassins post 6, you're going to be too threatened to use your W aggressively because they can stand their ground and all in you. So you don't really find that with mages. With mages, you will still find those windows to W in aggressively. But yeah, as you can see here, it's kind of turning into a bit of a snooze fest. Look, I'm still getting some pressure. I still am securing first move. I'm still looking for, small little trades, and I'm still looking for that chip damage on the tower, but nothing massive is really going on here.
That's right. And we're pretty happy with that as Trist as well, because we scale incredibly well. We still got the first move, as you mentioned, and we can just use that to guarantee objectives. That's really what we're trying to do right now. Play with our jungle, guarantee objectives, ward and lean towards the side that you want to be playing on. And that's how you can actually speed up the game, even though that the lane is a little bit more still. So in this vault, we're going to be taking a look at the Tristana versus Akali game. And versus Akali, I opted in not to take bone plating because Akali is a champion that can proc bone plating rather easily and just trade on to the next rotation onto me. So I opted in for conditioning overgrowth, understanding that I would be able to just get a lead in the early lane anyway, and then make sure that my mid to late is a little bit stronger than it otherwise would be. So my strategy into Akali is I want to crash on wave 2, and I really want to make a sweat early for the creeps. I start Q actually because I don't want to push too fast, and Q is going to allow me to still pressure this Akali onto some of the creeps right here, giving me a little bit more attack speed. It's a niche thing. You can also start E. Doesn't matter too much. What's most important is that I space Akali's Q. I get a little bit of damage off onto Akali itself, and I start nuking this second wave. So the wave afterwards gets a little bit more towards the neutral position.
I love this little short trade that you do. I like how you opt in for it, even though you only get the one auto. A lot of people are very timid of using the E like that, but it's actually very important you look for those nice little short trades. Because why not?
That's right. That's right. We're going to be contesting Akali on the casters here, really making her sweat for each creep. And we're already in a 3 CS lead. And this is really how you're going to be building these leads versus these melee characters, is contesting them on the casters. And whenever you have a window in the lane where you can punish them and don't need to CS yourself, that's when you can actually just get an auto attack in. Trading auto attacks, getting that extra auto attack in, is going to be the difference between them struggling in the lane and them being able to survive the lane.
Yeah, you're absolutely spot on. This is exactly how it should look like. It's a lot of small wins. If you're missing those autos and you're not weaving in those autos like this, and even, I mean, look, despite the aggressive W, which was amazing here, if you're not weaving in those autos, you will find yourself being quite useless. Every little auto matters. Majority of the time, this is going to be very much a small win trade. I just want to go back and break down this trade. One thing that I really like you do here. So you kind of peel back here. The W's on cooldown, so you kind of peel back. But then you realize, wait, this person's actually very, very deep in the lane. She went too far. She allowed you to get the E auto, and then we're able to get the fully procced E, the fully stacked E. So really, really good counter trade. I will say, if Akali doesn't walk up and doesn't allow and just doesn't commit to the trade, that's okay. We can again go for round 2 slow build and then pressure them under tower. Now we make the lane a little bit messy here, but still pretty good, Tim, right?
Yeah, this is an amazing dive for me because if we look at what's happening, is Akali just lost the cannon, she lost 4 other creeps. So I'm very happy with trading kills in the dive. I got the first plot extra 100 gold, and I'm denying a lot of creeps. Plus, I don't have to TP because the next wave actually crashed, which means that none of my creeps will die because the tower actually took care of business for me. So I've now got a TP advantage, gold advantage, item advantage, complete lane control given this point.
And if the Akali were to play more conservatively, what it would look like is that you would just come out of the lane with probably the pre-first base, maybe like a 15, potentially even 20 CS lead if you play it really, really well. And sometimes that's all you're going to be able to do. But in this case, Tim's played it well. The Akali's played it quite aggressive. So I just want to make it very clear: you're not always going to have these early dive windows. You're not always going to have these opportunities to go crazy with your Ws. But again, you've got to be looking for them.
That's right. And you're also got to be able to stand your ground. You want to stand your ground in matchups like these. You can out DPS them. If they walk at you, don't back off. Stand your ground and really be confident trading back with your E. That's going to be the difference maker. You having E. If you don't have E, you're going to lose the trades. If you have E up, you're actually going to be fine in these trades.
Yeah, and even in the shroud there, you're able to kind of stand your ground. And look at that, you've got already basically a 13-ish CS lead, which is incredible. There's nearly a kill worth of gold right there.
That's right. And a little bit of a matchup specific thing, guys, is Akali's Q range is slightly shorter than your out attack range on Tristana. So what you can do is you can, if you see a few times in this lane, is you can very precisely space the Akali Qs. If you're really good at it, you can weave in some out attacks while not getting damage in return. Of course, that's the ultimate goal. That's what you're playing for. That's also something that looks really sexy, but it's just a nice little matchup specific. In this case, I'm just trying to get the wave out. I got my R for self peel. I don't mind getting hit by her E. I'm just keeping my finger on the trigger on the R. If she ever decides to jump into me, I can just instantly block her out, cancel her E damage, and just still be completely fine. Get a beautiful reset right here. Get some MR. Don't have the gold for the Merc, sadly, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I love this lane because it's just the definition of a lot of small things. There hasn't been any one large crazy thing that you've done. It's just the definition of small wins. Standing your ground in those shrouds, weaving in those auto attacks, good wave management, good fleet procs. And I think it's worth noting you did all of this with conditioning overgrowth. There's no second win, no bone plating, So I think it's really important to note that.
Yep, that's right. So, of course, when you have the control like this on Tristana, there is room for creative moves. In this case, I spotted the enemy bot lane being up incredibly far right here. So I'll just be very happy just taking the move, just playing into the enemy bot and getting a beautiful little kill here. So I want to go a little bit more specific on the micro details here in this fight. If we can rewind a little bit. So you may ask the question, okay, Tim, why didn't you jump? Why didn't you jump onto the Caitlyn? Well, because I was behind the Caitlyn. If you're behind someone, it doesn't really make sense jumping and using your mobility ability to jump onto them because you don't need to. You're already in a position that cuts off their escape route. So feel free to just hold your ability. I also ulted her towards our jungle, towards our tower, to make it even harder for her to escape. And we secure another beautiful kill right here.
Yeah, and now this is where I found personally in my experience the matchup starts to get a little bit annoying. Tim's doing a good job of standing his ground and weaving in those autos. He's got to be a little bit more careful because he doesn't have his R for self peel. Now that you've used your R on the gank, this is where Kali is going to have options. But yeah, this is where things start to get a little bit trickier. So you got to be quite careful to not take too many Qs to the face. You really got to be spacing and tethering those Qs. You still got to be actively proccing your fleet to the best of your ability to stay nice and healthy. And again, really try to focus on winning that war of attrition. But even here, notice how Akali is getting a bit of prio. That this is the turn in the matchup.
Yep, that's right. And of course, if I would have taken even better quality trades and not go for the bot lane roam, maybe spend my gold on the mercs, this maybe wouldn't have happened. But sometimes this is just what happens in solo queue. And I'm just very happy just adapting. It's okay to give a little bit of prio every once in a while when the enemies are strong. I'll just be sure to crash this wave, get myself a beautiful little reset on 1300 gold. And from this point, because I've got such a better base than the Akali right here, I can start taking control again.
Yeah, and I will say, just in terms of itemization options, Tim here could have gone Hex Drinker. Hex Drinker is a viable purchase into this matchup. Look, it's not essential, but if you feel as though you had a bit of a rocky start or maybe not the best start, I think it's really quite important because you're just going to get one shot otherwise. And now for the rest of the lane from this point, Tim, it's just pretty stock standard, right? A lot of ping-ponging of waves, trying to complement our jungler and then getting to our key spikes.
Beautiful. So in this VOD, we're going to be taking a look at a game versus Sylas. Sylas, in the early game approach, levels 1 to 5, is going to be very similar as the other ones that we just watched. We're just going to try to get slow push early, crash on wave 2, deny him on the caster creeps, and really put as much pressure as we can while we are still the stat checker and much stronger than the Sylas.
Yeah, this is a matchup that I've actually personally struggled a lot with. And the reason, and I think the reason I have struggled with this matchup personally is because I wasn't playing my levels 1 to 3 well enough. I played too defensively. This is a matchup where you need to be quite confident in your levels 1 to 3. You have to make him sweat. Now, every auto matters. Every auto matters here. And because Silas here is not going D-shield, the poke will stick. The poke will very much stick. So what Tim is doing here is, it's not too bad. One might argue that he could have even played the first wave a little bit more conservative and had the wave in a bit of a better position for the level 2. But nonetheless, we are getting good damage here down onto the Silas, and we're using the minions to potentially block those incoming E2s. And because he has bone plating here, he's able to stand his ground if Silas were to go in. And look at that. We've already got the Silas to half HP by level 2.
Yep, half HP, 6 CS lead. And now we're just going to do a rinse and repeat on the same situation. We're going to slow push this wave. And we're going to try to get more damage onto him, onto the next 2-wave crash right here. Really pressuring him whenever he goes for CS. And just really putting my body in his face. Because if he goes onto me, I stat check him at the moment, since I've got bone plating. So if he ever decides to E on top of me, I've got bone plating. I will stat check him. It's really important that I keep my bone plating up in these matchups, by the way. Especially versus a champ like Silas. If you just get hit by a random Q, you're going to lose lane pressure for 55 seconds. And if you have your bone plating up, you're going to be keeping that lane pressure. So in this case, I traded for an auto attack. Not too bad, but not ideal as well. It would have been nice if I had bone plating up right here on the
Yeah.
crash.
And I will say here one thing that I don't like that you did. I actually don't like your Q and E on the wave. I would have actually preferred you kept your Q and E for trades with the Silas. Something that
I
I've
agree.
actually learnt into Silas is that you will get punished for poor ability usage. If you waste your E, you waste your Q, you actually can't stat check the Silas. You need to be very, very intentional with your Q and E usage. And now we're lucky here. We've been able to, utilize these slow builds to harass this guy. Now Silas is too low to go for an all-in. Once you're in this sort of scenario where Silas is too low, Silas doesn't have that all-in threat. He's too scared to E2 onto you. So this is where, this is best case scenario.
Yep, that's right. So in this case, I'm actually instantly matching my reset because I didn't want the opportunity for him to be holding it on his side. Possibly, I could have gotten it in. I wasn't entirely sure where the enemy jungle was on Talon, so I didn't really want to run the risk of getting cancelled on my push-in. If you feel like you can push it, be my guest and push it. That's completely fine. And in this case, you see the bone plating really allows me to just stat check the Silas at this point in the game here.
Yeah, and look, I think it's very important to note what you just did there is lane winning. I just want to replay this. You willing, like just your positioning, willing to stand your ground here is so important. Because again, if you take these trades and you win these trades and you create that resource advantage early on, it's going to make your life a hell of a lot easier. It's going to reduce the amount of threat that the Silas has onto you massively.
Yep, that's right. And you can see what this side is doing. This is a very funny thing, right? Is if I want to play this back, because you may be like, how is this Silas so low? What just happened? We just CS'd. Yeah, that's because this Silas wasn't actively thinking about all of the low health minions. And he's constantly taking 80 damage whenever he's close. I think it happened 4 times in a row. He just took like almost 240 damage, right? He just for free.
Yeah, and so notice how here, Silas can do a lot of damage. And this is exactly what a lot of my Tristana situations look like with Silas, where if you don't have your bone plating available, it can get messy. And in this case here, one might make the argument that we probably shouldn't even have walked up here. We probably should have waited for the next wave because it didn't have our bone plating available. And it was not ideal. Now, look, if we knew that the enemy team wasn't in the area, it probably would have been okay. We probably could kill the Silas in the back end. But this is, again, a lane you've got to be so intentional about using the minions to block E2s, having your bone plating. And I'll be honest, recurve bow on the first reset, it can work. But I would say even just one null magic does go a very long way. And this is, again, another matchup where Hex Drinker is very, very nice.
That's right. Silas is a burst-oriented champion. If you can prevent his burst, you're going to be able to win out in the DPS war and also in the war of attrition. So he actually decided to stay here, which was a really interesting play from the Silas. And a beautiful thing with Tristana is you got a lot of burst in your kit with your R, so you can just if they make a mistake, out attack R, bop, and they die.
Yep, and that's basically lane over. So I think this is a really great showing of how to play the Silas matchup. Great intentional bone plating usage, good slow building, weaving in those autos, standing your ground, and some solid resets. So not too bad at all.
So the next category of matchups that we're going to be covering is the ranged auto attack champions. There's not too many champions in this matchup on mid lane, but this is probably the most skill oriented matchup. These matchups are a pure skill check because you're playing two ranged characters with the same auto attack range. It's all about who understands trading better, who can take the better quality trades, and who can walk away with the lane. So in this case, we're playing Tristana versus Jace. We are in this specific matchup trying to play the war of attrition. Jace has very limited sustain in his kit, mainly health sustain. We got fleet, we got absorb life. Another thing that we see is that we actually have bone plating. So we got a few very specific trading tools that we can use into this Jace. Plus, Jace is quite weak, levels 1, 2, 3. And we can utilize our early game strength that we have and the trading advantage that we have to get a lead in the lane. And Chovy, in this specific case, is one of the best players to do that on. Like, this guy is incredible at these type of lanes. And you'll see that he's very good at understanding when to posture up aggressively, and when to trade auto attacks.
Yeah, and already again he's showing that he's not afraid to trade some damage here. He's also willing to go for those short E trades, even though he knows he's not going to get multiple auto attacks.
That's right. So we're going to be replaying the first two waves in a bit, but I want to introduce the concept to you guys. The one that has the wave push is in the advantageous advantage when it comes to trading auto attacks. There's more minions on your side in that case, so it's really easy to punish the enemies onto their last hits and to actually use those minions as a backup for if they would actually trade back into you. So what Chovy does here fantastically is we're going to be replaying this. Is he starts out attacking the caster creeps, and the reason why he starts out attacking the caster creeps level 1 is because caster creeps deal more damage and they're squishier. So if he can nuke a caster creep like this, he's going to get guaranteed wave priority. And look what he does. He instantly trades out attacks with Jace afterwards when Jace needs to last hit one of the melees. So he's already putting himself in a position where he's able to just posture Jace off of the wave, gets full lane control just by having a better level 1 strategy because his level 1 is stronger than the Jace. In this case, the Jace is Showmaker. It's a legit guy. This guy's won worlds. And even though Showmaker knows his matchup really well as well, Chovy has a better strategy. He executes and he gets the lane control because of it.
Yeah, and auto attackers, these auto attack champions usually in general typically don't have the greatest wave clear. Jace doesn't have the greatest wave clear. So, getting shoved, really matters a lot. And now if you can make Jace react to waves, it's going to nullify a lot of his trading potential.
That's right. A beautiful thing that Chovy did was that he hard shoved wave 2. So now that as well, wave 3 comes back a little bit more in the middle. This means that he now gets another opportunity to just slow build a wave into the Jace, possibly find a W angle right here with bone plating, and just fully taking control of the trades.
Yeah, and I just want to highlight this trade again. He has bone plating available. Jace walks up, he gets into that W range, and he's able to take a really nice trade. Now, jungler comes through, has to burn flash, which is a little bit annoying, but either way, he's still in a pretty good position. He's definitely winning the war of attrition here.
That's right. Thankfully, we got a jungle as well, and we managed to get a nice little kill into the Talia. We really shown the Talia right here. Don't gank mid; you're gonna get punished for it. So we're exerting dominance and exerting pressure right here. And really, the lane is practically over already. If we look at an incredibly high elo game, two best players in the world, a lead like this, especially in an 80 versus 80 matchup, is just game ending.
Yeah, and so it'll be interesting to see how he runs away with this lane. What I'd be expecting here from this point is, again, continuous shoving, solidifying our vision, and really willingness to trade damage. We've got Cull as well. He's actually opted in for a very interesting first base. I thought I was actually going to see something like an early Cloth Armor because I think a Plated Steel Cats would actually go a very long way in this matchup. He's opted in for the Cull, which is actually going to add to his ability to win the War of Attrition as well. right? So more sustain on top of the fleet, the absorb life, the D blade. There's a lot going on here. So
Yep.
any damage that we trade, we're going to come out way ahead. Remember, Jace has phase rush, we have fleet. He's come back with the tier, we've come back with the coal. So any damage is really, really good for us.
Right. So we're going to get a little bit more theoretical here because I know some people love it. The reason why Cole is so good in these type of matchups is because when you're playing auto attack versus auto attack oriented champions, especially if you got the lead, what's going to happen is that no one's really having the range advantage. So you can just constantly hit the wave, which means that the Cole actually gives a lot of value because you're constantly auto attacking and therefore you're also getting a lot of health back. Jace is a matchup that you cannot win when you play off too far range because Jace can, of course, poke you with his QEs. But you also got to be very careful with jumping in because he could theoretically annihilate you with his hammer form combo. So what Chovy does is he's very precise about jumping in with his bone plating. That's the key to winning those trades with jumping in. And he's also making sure that Jace doesn't really get an opportunity to poke him from the distance because that's not a quick way to lose the lane as Tristana. Jace actually has a lot of poke damage in his kit. And if you're constantly getting hit by these QEs, you will eventually drop low to the point that Jace can actually one-shot you with a single combo.
Wow, such a nice little buffer there on the W.
It's really good. Talia W is actually one of the hardest abilities to buffer because it has a small delay to it. So you see the ability, and if you actually press W instantly, what's going to happen is you're actually going to get pulled back in your jump. So Talia W is a very tricky one to do.
Yeah, so ends up, dying to this gank, comes back with a recurve bow. So we'll fast forward a little bit here to see how he continues the rest of this lane. But yeah, one thing that I'm just really impressed with in this lane is just how disciplined he is with the bone plating. Every single time he's got bone plating, he's really looked for a good quality trade. And his W's have just been perfectly timed. Just really good fundamentals. Nothing fancy, just great quality trading. Just good Tristana principles.
That's right. So this is also very good specific Tristana thing, right? There's a lot of specific going on. This is Chovy gameplay we're watching. But what he does, he actually counterwards topside. So why would Chovy counterward topside? Well, he loves getting grips. Tristana loves getting grips because it makes her mid game so much easier to execute. It makes it so much easier to split push, especially in these melee of range out attack versus out attack champions. If we can get grips control, aka pink warding topside and supporting your jungle right there, we're gonna have an even bigger edge in the mid to late game as well. So he's setting himself up for success.
Yeah, and he's heavy leaning towards his vision, knowing that Nautilus is on a bit of a roam window. Talia's been hovering on that bot side here, but you can still see he's trying to trade damage within reason. He's still trying to do it while valuing his life, and he doesn't know where the jungler is, so he's being quite conservative. He also doesn't have bone plating here, so he's not Wing it aggressively. Now his bone plating is coming up, ends up getting a proc. It looks like he doesn't feel safe enough to go for it. Because again, he didn't know where the Talia was, so he's being a little bit conservative here. Talia shows bots. We'll see. Interested to see what he does here. Decides not to go in. Again, I'm assuming because he already got his bone plating procced.
That's right. If you don't have bone plating versus a Jace is a very high burst oriented champion. I'm pretty sure he beats you because he can just bump you out with his E afterwards out of auto attack range. He can just walk away with the face rush.
So ends up going for that trade. Yeah, and he does.
There we go.
Jace legit just won that trade. But, we are Tristana with the sustain. So we do lose the trade, but as long as we don't die off that trade, we should still, again, win that war of attrition on the back end.
That's right. So we're getting a lot of attention here on mid from the enemy team. Tristana's pretty happy getting this attention. She's not too vulnerable usually. And this means that it removes some pressure from the rest of our lanes. So we're pretty happy with people just going on our lane. You're especially going to be seeing this a lot in higher elos where just people is going to be all around mid all the time. So you got to be even more precise about the times that you're going to be jumping in and really keeping your W for some self heal as well.
Yeah, and so that's basically the main points of this early lane. Was there any other aspects of this lane that you wanted to cover here too? You want to go a bit further, or?
Early game steel caps are very, very broken. In this case, Chovy doesn't necessarily buy them, probably because he feels confident that he had the lead and he's able to he doesn't necessarily need the steel caps to win the lane, but the steel caps are really going to make this lane and the war of attrition so much easier for you. Play for the grips and still try to get lane control by out-attacking the wave a lot.
Yep. And then, again, a lot of the matchups in this category, like Akshan, Lucian, same deal. Steel caps are going to go a very long way.
That's right. So we're going to move on to a little bit more advanced section of the guide. This is mainly for the higher Elo players. They're also going to understand this a little bit better. But Tristana is a lane bully, so we can actually have a strategy to maximize pressure onto the enemy laner. And the way that we do that is by maximizing the windows that we can trade upon the enemies, either trading out attacks or being able to jump in onto them. So this is going to be overall mindset over why we make the decisions that we do. We're going to try to get as many good quality trading opportunities as possible. So how do we do that? We do that by slow building. And slow building on Tristana is very specific because Tristana cannot really control the wave that properly because of how her passive E works. And she also doesn't want to be slow building too big waves because then the enemies just respect and they won't be interacting. So the best way to go about it is constantly crashing 2 waves. So we crash 2 waves into neutral, into a 2-wave crash, into neutral. That's what we're going to try to do into Tristana, because the reason why that's the case is because a 2-wave crash is very easily manageable with her passive on her E, and it also allows us to punish the enemies when they're going for last hits. And then when it goes to neutral, Tristana loves a neutral lane state, because on a neutral lane state, she can actually jump in and once again pressure enemies onto last hits. So it's really important that we actually constantly play for 2-wave crash into neutral, 2-wave crash into a neutral. Slow push the first wave, harsh off the next wave. And this, I'm going to show you guys 2 examples and where this is actually put into practice in a practical in-game example. So first of all, we're playing versus Jace right here. Skill matchup, slightly Tristana favored currently with the current setup. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be auto-attacking the wave, and I'm going to be trying to create a slow build. So I do that by hitting the casters right here, making sure I get the minion advantage, and this puts me in a position where I can now step up aggressively and try to pressure Jace on his last hits. So in this particular case, I get this creep, and I try to punish Jace onto this last hit right here, and he decides to take the bait, trades back onto me, which he doesn't win since I'm an early game Tristana with E, of course, and Jace really starts winning only post level 4. And that puts me in a great position. So look at the wave state right now. This is a terrible wave state for Tristana. So what I do is, instead of taking W, I'm actually skilling Q to make sure I can nuke this wave state, and I can actually get the next wave out into neutral. So let's take a look what happens right here, because I nuke this wave state, it crashes, and then the next wave will become neutral. I'll be able to reach level 3 on that wave, and I'll be able to jump onto Jace's face. So I don't necessarily like the E onto the tower. It's a little bit greedy. It would be amazing if I hit E right now, for example. In the end, it's not the biggest thing. And right now, look at another beautiful wave set. We're going to be crashing 2 waves again. So I'm not pushing this one too quickly. I'm just going to be looking to hit level 3. And then I'm going to be trying to punish Jace onto a last hit. So we reach the level 3 right here. And if he ever steps up, I'm going to be jumping in on him. Look at the minions dying real soon. We see a minion dying right there. He is not really giving me the angle to jump in. He's standing really far back because he's already taken so many bad trades. So I'm not really jumping in right here. But look at my aggressive positioning on this last hit right here, guys. This is what I want you guys to understand. This is the power of slow building waves. And he needs to last hit this creep. So with my creeps all being full health, I can just walk up, pay my full attention towards this guy, and really start pressuring him onto this creep right here. He actually takes the bait, takes the trade, and loses for it really, really hard. And eventually, what I can just do, I can just continuously pressure him. I got so much control in the lane right here. I ask Zach to dive. He barely backs out. Was a really good read by him. I don't really know if he warded. Maybe he warded. Anyways, if we really look at the scoreboard right here, I missed some CS at the end, but he based on 16 creeps. I based on 32. Puts me in a really advantageous position right here, because my item is just so much stronger than Jace. I completely annihilated him only by wave management and a better strategy in the early lane right here. So let's take a look at a different example, which is Tristana versus Silas, which is this game, where I do the exact same strategy, a little bit different flavor, because it's a melee matchup. And this one actually has a little bit extra nuance to it. I'm going to be explaining it to you guys whenever we're going through the example right here. But still, we're going to be applying the same strategy. So this was a little bit earlier in my Tristana journey. As you can see, I'm playing with with the no skin as well. I didn't know what the best skin back then was. I thought normal was good, which is, by the way. And you can just see it mainly in my CSing and my trading pattern. If trading with my E, it sometimes feels a little bit off, a little bit clunky. But the strategy that I apply is still very good. So I push this first wave, and now I'm going to be denying this guy on his last hits. So look what I'm doing. I'm really trying to step up aggressively. I'm trying to punish him on his last hit. So I knew the concepts already. I just didn't really execute it on it properly. I once again level Q right here, just so I can nuke these waves right here and make sure that the next wave actually once again jumps back into neutral. So this is a really good E. I E onto the Silas, E plus Q of E plus auto attack, and deals a lot of damage towards him. He already popped one potion. He only got one potion left. He's half HP already. This guy's in a lot of trouble right here. So right now, wave state's neutral. He's already using his final potion right here. So I'm not hitting the wave too much because I want to be slow building this wave, hard pushing the next wave. Really getting my my value and really trying to punish him on last hits. Look how aggressive I'm positioning. Look how far I'm up. Really trying to make him sweat. Of course, I don't want to be reckless with it and take too much damage. It's always just keeping it in balance. And just taking good quality trades, playing the War of Attrition. So in this case, I'm now going to be crashing this wave right here. And now comes the real caveat. What we want to do is we want to try to harass the Silas onto the caster creeps. We're playing versus a melee champion, which means that if we can deny the enemy's casters, that's where it's the easiest for us to reach, because he needs to walk all the way up here to hit these casters. So I shouldn't have used this E onto the tower. It would have been much better if I could keep my E right here and then combine all of the auto attacks that I'm doing onto the Silas, onto these casters right here, with an E to get even more damage off. As you can see, Silas is taking a lot of damage because otherwise he's going to be losing the casters for free, which in this case, he's going to be losing them anyway because he just took too much damage in the early lane. But as you can see, there's not much counterplay for Silas to do as well. I reached the level 2 timer much sooner than him and abused that. I reached the level 3 timer much sooner than him and abused that. And yeah, I'm really just pressuring him in the early lane. And in these type of matchups, it's really the difference between winning or losing in this case. So I reset right here. If we look on tab, what's the goal? What's the difference? 12 CS up. Look at the item difference, right? This is a massive difference in lane strength, and we're just really setting ourselves up for success. So if you guys have any questions about this, feel free to let me know, and I'll also be able to answer these for you. So we're going to be talking about the later part of the lane on Tristana, and it's slightly different than the early part of the lane because we're going to be trying to translate our lead. And this is also going to be the motive of this part of the guide, is how do we actually translate our lead as Tristana? So number one, since we're playing in the lane still, we want to still be playing for lane control. So we want to be continuously slow building waves into the enemies, taking good quality trades, playing the War of Attrition, because we win the War of Attrition like that. Especially if we're going to be having a lead, try to make sure that you take good quality trades and keep up the lane control. It's all about keeping lane control. Then we want to be using that lane control to be warding and leaning towards the side of our jungle. And that's most of the times also going to be our strong side. Then we want to be using the Fog of War and the fact that we can be warding and leaning towards that side of the map to continuously pressure that side of the map and basically enable our jungle to play. Tristana is an amazing champion at 2v2 with jungles and enabling her jungler to play. Of course, that's what we do ideally, but you always want to be keeping the bigger scheme in mind, is we just got to stay poised as well, keeping our farm up. We don't have to make stuff happen. Ideally, we can, but we don't have to. We can always just hit our 2-3 item spike, and that's when we're really going to pack a punch. So a little bit more advanced is you can actually actively call objectives if you feel like you got a mental stack and the lead for it. I think this is again where I could do it, but let's just I'm just going to walk you guys through what I'm exactly doing. So I see my Zex on bot side, so what do? I push in mid wave. I'm going to be warding towards bot side, so I can potentially always lean right there. In this case, I see a beautiful trading window onto the Syndra, in which that I actually use my W forward with my bone plating, and I get a lot of damage onto her, really playing the War of Attrition. Once again, I spot my Zek onto the dragon, so what do? I sit in Fog of War right here, pressuring the enemy team since they don't know where I am. I don't necessarily fully commit, since I always want to be on the mid wave when it actually groups up together so I can get the priority. I don't really want to be giving over the priority and therefore the lane control towards the enemy champion. And in this specific case, I'm just going to be making sure that I keep the lane control. and I'm going to be looking to take good quality trades. So spotted Syndra use her E, so that means that I can actually W in, get a good trade going. As you can see, the Syndra is dropping incredibly low already. I've got full lane control. There's nothing that the Syndra can really do against me. She's stepping up very aggressively right here, so especially after she used this E, I can just go for an all-in right here. I do get ganked by the Volibear, but it doesn't really matter since I'm so far ahead anyway. I can just kill the Syndra. In this case, I also kill the Volibear. I'm in a fantastic spot right now. So one thing I'm specifically looking at if I'm playing Tristana right here is, okay, number one, I got a lot of gold. I want to be resetting real soon, which is something I'm going to be doing right now with the Kraken. And as what we just discussed in the theoretical part of the early of the late lane section here, is I want to now actively call for objectives. So we see that we have 3 grips. I'm playing Tristana. I want to get 6 grips so we can get the Void Mites. That's really going to make my split pushing a lot easier. My Zac is ahead. My top lane is doing fine. So what am I doing? I'm actively calling my jungler to go towards top side. I bought a pink ward. I got a yellow ward. So what do? I actually pink ward this side lane bush right here. Always creating fog of war for the enemy team. And in this case, I also spot the Volibear. And I want to try to get a little bit of a more aggressive yellow ward, a little bit deeper. And this is going to give me full control of the top side as well. And this will basically secure us the grips. So this is the El Clasico way of translating your lead as a mid laner. Getting control of one side of the map with your vision and really constantly shove and moving towards that side of the map right here. We guarantee ourselves 6 grips. This is fantastic for basically the mid to late game as Tristana. It's going to make our side lane so much more threatening. So, we're just going to be continuing with what we were doing. We just want to hit our items, take good quality trades. In this case, around my bone plating with my Kraken, I'm in a really good position versus this Syndra. And if she ever disrespects me, I will definitely take my advantage of that, because I know that I'm going to be winning the war of attrition. And you can see it right here. Syndra's getting a little bit desperate. She's using her E's already onto the wave. And you can really see that the Syndra is starting to struggle. She's starting to feel the pain of playing against Tristana when behind. This is where Tristana is like at her most annoying, right? We got our first item spike. We're ahead. We're 10 CS per minute. It's a disaster to play against. We almost got the tower as well. And this is really the way that you want to just be extending your lead. There's no objective coming up right now. I got control on both sides of the map. So I just want to make sure I keep lane control, continuously taking these good trades. Almost killed the Syndra right here. It was very, very close. I'm constantly keeping my eyes on my jungle, making sure I can get mid prio and I can continuously hover him. It seems like Syndra got a little bit desperate right here. And that leads to me actually being able to grab the kill up, grab the tower. And from this point, you're just completely out of control. You got the 6 grips. We're in an amazing position, really setting ourselves up for success right here in this game.
So there are a few challenges we face in the lane phase with Tristana, and the first one is understanding how threat assessment interacts with our W usage, because the tricky thing with Tristana W, it is such a pivotal part of our aggressive trading patterns, but also it is also a bit of an escape tool, right? And so the quality of your Ws and I guess your ability to identify when should I be W aggressively versus when should I be holding it or even kind of using it reactively is a massive challenge we face and one of the, I guess, major review points of our early lane phase. So earlier on in our journey, if you find yourself dying to too many ganks, chances are it's probably because you're tunnel visioning on your aggressive Ws, you're not focusing on establishing your vision, and you're struggling to find that balance between threat assessment and W usage. And so this is something that I personally struggle with. I see this a lot with looking at other players, Tristanas, and to be honest, this is one of the core differentiating factors towards the good quality Tristana early lanes and the poor quality early lanes. So, it's definitely a challenge we face. Number 2, not getting tunnel visioned on hitting the tower. I'll be honest, I'm very guilty of this. The amount of times that I've greeted for a demolish proc on a tower or tried to weave in too many auto attacks on a tower and get caught off guard by an ability and take too much damage is, it's endless. It's happened to me so many times. It's one of my own personal sins. So, I think it's a challenge we face because we do want to be min-maxing our damage on towers, but also we need to be valuing our resources and, again, ultimately winning the war of attrition. So it is a little bit of a challenge. It's a bit of a tug of war. Yes, we do want to min-max our damage on towers, but we need to ultimately value our resources. It's a challenge we most definitely face. Number 3, staying poised and keeping our farm up, not tunnel visioning or killing the enemy. And because farm is fundamentally priority number 1. You know, Tristana, when you start to get into the weeds with Tristana, you'll realize just how strong her lane phase can be. And it kind of is this exciting moment in your journey where it's like, wow, I can do so much. I can W in, I can hit the tower, I can kill the enemy. You know, you start to realize all of the things that you're capable of, but simultaneously, you need to kind of learn restraint. Because if you just tunnel visioning on killing the enemy and taking good quality trades over and over and over again at the expense of farm, before you know it, you look up, you've taken these great trades, but you're only up 5 CS. That's unacceptable. Ultimately, CS is very, very, very important to Tristana because we're so tied to our itemization. We need to get to our 1 item, 2 item, 3 item spikes as fast as humanly possible. And if you're not farming well with Tristana, that is a giant red flag and that needs to be investigated. So finding that balance between poise, aggressive Ws, taking good trades, farming, tower damage, it is a major challenge. And again, because we have so many things we can do in the early lane phase with Tristana, it can be a little bit overwhelming. And so it's definitely a big challenge we face. And then lastly, learning to CS while accounting for the AoE on the passive. We kind of covered this at the beginning of the guide in terms of managing our expectations. But yeah, it is quite, I would say, not intuitive. You know, dealing with this AoE factor on your passive is it's a challenge, right? And so I think it's a skill within itself, and learning the damage and how it feels and how it interacts with your waves and CSing is something that we're going to have to learn hopefully earlier on in our journey. So please understand that it's a challenge and we must tackle it head on. And if you're getting sloppy with your CSing while failing to account for the AoE on your passive, you will struggle in the early lane. So getting into the lane phase mindset with Tristana, I've aptly named her the bulldozer. Now, I put a lot of thought into this. I'm hoping it resonates with you guys. Tristana fundamentally revolves around constant pressure, making the enemy react to waves and slowly chipping down the tower. Hence, we view it as the bulldozer. In an ideal world, this immovable object that is constantly moving forward, constantly pinning the enemy to the tower, can't be ganked because of your, the healthiness, the fact that you've got insane sustain, you're going to have bone plating a lot of the time, you've got your W. Now, I guess the mobility aspect of W doesn't really align very well with the bulldozer mindset. I mean, with a bulldozer analogy or metaphor, but I do fundamentally feel like a bulldozer when I'm playing Tristana because it's about that relentless pressure, being this immovable object that keeps pushing down and chipping down the tower. So as a bulldozer, we must be relentless. We must be keeping up that pressure and be immovable. We must be looking to chip down the tower and force anyone in our way back to base. If they try to trade with us, we're going to be able to stat check and win, as long as we're using our abilities appropriately. And we must be using our pushing power to make the enemy react to waves and focus their attention on the wave instead of us. And so I think this really beautifully encapsulates what the entire early lane is all about. So rather than talking about it, let's get into an example and really tie this mindset to some practical examples. So in this example, I was playing Tristana into Syndra. Now, we did also cover this lane inside the lane phase section of this guide, but I think at a high level, it really exemplifies the bulldozer mentality, whereby as we go through this lane and really skim through, I was constantly making this Syndra to react to waves. I wasn't under any threat from the jungler. Even if the jungler came by, I couldn't be killed. I was looking for these aggressive trades, being able to stat check her. I was forcing her out of lane with my great trades and war of attrition. I was slowly chipping down the tower, and as the lane goes further and further and further, you'll see especially post Mercs, she can't really deal with me. I've got between my Mercs and my bone plating, I just can't really be stopped. And so I'm slowly whittling down the tower, constantly looking to proc my demolish, and starting to become a real big problem. And over time, as I slowly whittle down and I keep, again, getting in her face, keep shoving in waves, keep taking good quality trades. Before you know it, I've got, multiple demolish procs on a tower. I've nearly got 2 plates by 7 minutes. I've got an immense amount of pressure. I've established good quality vision. The enemy can't gank me because I've got mobility. And again, this Syndra is put under the pump. And so this is where I really feel that bulldozer mentality, because no one can move me out of here. And even if the jungler comes by, they can't kill me. So I'm just being relentless with my pressure, relentless, relentless, relentless. And then over time, as you go further and further into the game, it only gets worse. If Syndra roams once, boom, I'm going to sit here like a bulldozer, stay in my lane, and chip down towers. And before you know it, they make one miss roam. I've nearly got 3 or 4 plates by myself, 10 CS per minute, and I'm just essentially unstoppable at this point in time. And now it's just a matter of just kind of rinse repeating and then getting absolutely out of control, having first move to every single play, and they can't really do anything about it. Now, it's hard to really encapsulate the entire bulldozer mindset in one single example, but for me, what I think is the most helpful about this mindset is that it should encapsulate how you should feel while playing the champion. If you're feeling really defensive, or you feel like you can't really do anything, you're not getting pressure, you don't feel like that immovable object, chances are you're probably doing something wrong, whether you're getting hit by too many skill shots, you're not utilizing your fleet properly, you're not taking those aggressive W trades, you're not positioning aggressively enough, you're not establishing your vision. There's probably something going wrong. So this is the mindset that I believe encapsulates Tristana's early lane. If it resonates, great. If it doesn't, then I better go back to the drawing board. So I guess give me a heads up there, and I can maybe revisit this one. But personally, it resonates with me. So if you have any other questions about this, let me know. Otherwise, hopefully this one helps. So let's get into Tristana lol state usage. Now, there's a few things we need to be constantly aware of as a Tristana, especially throughout the mid game. The first one is, what lane should we be in? Lane assignments are absolutely crucial for Tristana. This will make sense as we get through the mid game section, but if you're in the wrong lane assignment, you're versing someone that you don't get prio into, you're not in a lane where you can access towers, you're maybe not on the opposite side of a neutral objective whereby you're able to utilize your TP advantage or your TP in general, this can be absolutely game losing. So having absolute clarity over where we need to be, specifically what lane assignment we need to be on, is going to be really, really important. Number 2, what is your role and how does your team comp actually win the game? Because Tristana is that kind of chameleon in the mid game and we can do so many things, really having clarity over what the win condition is and what the team needs from you is also going to go a very long way. Does the team need you to stack neutral objectives? Do they need you to create man advantage and pressure towers in the side lane? Do you need to get creative and try and make picks? Really trying to think, or at least ask yourself the question, what is my role in this game? What do I need to do? Now, you may not necessarily have the answer, but just raising that question and at least having a crack and having a baseline hypothesis will go a very long way for your improvement and the quality of your mid game. The third one here, what is the next neutral objective, and are we actually contesting it? Tristana is one of the few champions in the game that is very, very good at trading off neutral objectives. Having intention about whether or not you're going to contest that specific dragon or that Rift Herald goes an extremely long way, because of our ability to shred down towers. If you are to maybe give a specific dragon, you can sometimes not only get a tier 1, you can even sometimes get a tier 2. So having clarity over whether or not you're going to contest that neutral will be very, very, very important for success, especially when it comes to translating leads. The other thing that is worth noting with Tristana is that you have some pretty significant power troughs. So there are going to be a lot of moments where trading off a neutral is absolutely essential. You actually have no other choice. So if you just mindlessly rock up to a neutral objective, which, it's fair to say that I'm personally guilty of that. I've done that quite a few times. You will single-handedly lose the game off that. So this is probably, out of all of them, this is probably one of the most important with Tristana. Who are the key threats onto you? Now, look, I would say for Tristana, because you have so much mobility and you're a little bit slippery and hard to kill, this, I would say, is less so important relative to maybe when you're playing immobile mages or something. But it's still helpful. Who is strong on their team? Do they have key CC abilities, key dive threats? Who's stacking armor? It's important to at least baseline think about that. And then lastly, when is the next spike? There's a very big difference between fighting on 1.5 items versus 2 items, or 2.5 items versus 3 items. Knowing whether or not you have a completed item soon, or now, or in the immediate future, again, can completely dictate the quality of your games and whether or not you're going to be contesting that neutral, or whether or not you're going to be getting pressure in the side lane. So these are the top 5 questions or things that you need to be thinking about in the lull states. Again, if you're really unfamiliar with Tristana, you don't have a ton of champ mastery, add in one at a time. Don't try to do everything at once. Ease into it over time. If I were to kind of talk about kind of priority, I would say lane assignment number 1. I think that's very intuitive. I think this one number 1, this one number 2. this one number 3, and then you kind of got like, yeah, 4, 5. So start with maybe 1 and 2, these two, and then go from there. But if you have any questions about this one, I'll be around the Discord. So again, this one can be a little bit finicky at times for people who don't have that developed mental stack with low states. Now, Tristana's mid-game mindset is very different. I kind of call her the chameleon. And the reason I call her that is that she is a bit of a jack of all trades. She can really adapt to any situation. And this is because, again, she can split push, she can scrap, she can play front to back team fights. There's so many things she can do. I kind of call her the queen of adaptation. And so, as you can see here, we can shove and move, we can play for picks, we got our W to jump over walls, we can burst people, we can kind of do a little bit of anything. It's kind of whatever the game really demands. And so I think this is where a lot of the complexity with Tristana comes into play. But again, from a mindset perspective, we must be very adaptable and be open to any win con possibility that comes our way. This is, again, when I play Tristana, I feel like she has a near infinite skill cap when it comes to her mid-game macro. You could play her in a very simplistic way, getting into the side lane, chopping down towers, or shoving and moving and grouping around neutral objectives, or you can do a combination of both. You can play for picks. There's so many creative things you can do with this champion. You can even do creative insects where you can kind of jump into the back line and then ask someone through. There's so many things you can do. So the mindset we must have, though, is you can't be tunnel vision and rigid about the way you approach the mid game. Sometimes you will be required to play the side lane like a bit of a split pusher. Some games you will be required to play front to back team fights because the enemy has too much engage. It really depends on what the game presents you. So as we go through the mid game section of this guide, I really want you to see all of the I guess the creative things that we do, and note, and even when you watch other high level Tristana players, you'll notice, holy moly, they're doing so many things. I can't really pinpoint specifically the one mid-game thing that they're doing, and that's very, very normal for Tristana. So this is the mindset that I best think encapsulates what Tristana is fundamentally about. So now we're going to be moving into the mid-game section for Tristana. Now, Tristana's mid-game revolves around one major aspect, and that is her ability to dominate the side lane. Now, Tristana she's a bit of a weird champion in the sense that she's not an assassin, but we're talking off camera that, Tristana can kind of play the mid game like a bit of an assassin. We have quite a strong side lane, and this is due to her fast wave clear, great sustain, all in tools, and the unique ability to actually get towers. And a lot of assassins, maybe outside of Dyna and Echo, don't really have a ton of tower threat. So she actually has the raw ability to be a genuine split pusher. And this kind of ties into the big thing with Tristana, kind of like what I covered in the mindset section of Tristana's a bit of a chameleon. She can do a lot. She can shove and move. You can play for pick. You can split push. You can front to back. Tristana can do it all. So it's really a matter of identifying what's best in that given moment. How much can we get done in the side? Do we win the front to back team fights? Should we play around neutral objectives? But all of that aside, the one main thing we always want to be looking to do is utilize our strong side laning and try to create man advantages. And hopefully, when we get into the mid-game examples, we can really highlight that.
That's right. And there's one thing I really want to emphasize in this point, right? Mid-game on Tristana is good, and it's really, really strong if we win the side. So this is a very big if. We itemize to win the side. We make sure that in the early lane, we make sure that we can win the side. Because if we cannot win the side, if we do not win the 1v1 in the side lane, our identity kind of goes to nothing, because we're really bad from behind. So really keep in mind that if you are behind from the early game, or you're not able to win the side lane in the 1v1, then Tristana is going to be very hard. And the concepts that we're going to be talking about, maybe like, but I don't know what to do in the side lane because I didn't win my lane. I cannot beat this guy in the side lane. That's the number one most crucial part from Tristana, is make sure that you are fine in the mid game, fine in the side lane in the 1v1. That's when we can start continuing.
Yep, don't even bother beginning to review mid game if you haven't stabilized your early lane.
So we're moving on to the mid-game sequences with examples. In this particular game, we're playing versus an Akali. And we are just starting off with this little state right here on tab because it gives us a lot of good context from the game. Whenever we're in a mid-game like this, it's always good to see the game holistically and basically make a game plan for ourselves. We see that bot lane is quite even. We also see that our top laner is a little bit behind, and our jungle is also quite even. So overall, pretty even game state. We're playing with Akali, which is quite fat in herself. She's got 7 Dark Seal stacks. She managed to pick up a lot of free kills around the map. I'm not weak myself, but in an isolated 1v1 versus the Akali on the side lane, it's going to be pretty tricky here. So my mindset, my goal is, okay, how do I get to the point that I can actually win the side lane and start pressuring the Akali. So I'm going to be prioritizing myself, going to be prioritizing my farm, because from this given point, it's a pretty tricky game state. What do you reckon, Curtis?
Yeah, I mean, when I look at this from a Tristana perspective, I'm nervous, to say the least. You know, it's going to be very hard to beat the Akali in the side lane. Kha'Zix has a lot of threat onto you as well. With the Akali, it's a 2v2. This is not easy. I would say this is actually a very hard mid game to kind of get yourself into. So it'll be interesting to see how you navigate this one.
That's right. So instantly, we see that Rift Herald is up. Rift Herald is currently up. I do not feel comfortable fighting a 5 versus 5 given the current game state. We have very limited vision control. So what I do, I ping the Rift Herald off, and I actually just open up towards bot lane. Mainly because that's where I see a lot of farm, and I know that if Akali decides to stick around mid or maybe help with the Rift Herald, I might be able to sneak a turret on bot side in return. That would give me a lot of gold to work with to start actually winning the side lane versus the Akali in the 1v1.
Yep, so it looks like Akali's trying to prevent you from shoving out the side here. So we're just trying to do ourselves some scouting.
That's right. Whenever you're in the side lane, don't move in, don't shove in too deep. That can get very messy and dangerous. So we're getting a little bit of gank here. Very aggressive play by the enemy team, but we have Skarner going for a beautiful TP, which secures me the shutdown on the Akali and another kill onto Trash. So right now, we're rock and rolling right here because we just got so much gold generated that I actually can start winning the side lane. This is the point that you want to be in as Tristana in basically every single game. This is when you're enabled. Pumping up our teammates a little bit. Skarner was struggling a little bit. Got to give him some confidence here. We're looking to win the game, of course. Because there's such long death timers, I'm allowed to just continuously pressure bot and get another turret right here, really generating myself even more gold. And the gold generation is just going through the roof here. I know that Akali just respawned, so I'm happy just taking another quick wave just to make my reset back even more of a punch.
Yeah, and it's very important, you know, we make people react, and this is going to be the name of the game playing Tristana. You know, if you're not making people react in sides, you're going to have a rough time. So it'd be interested to see what you do. Okay, so instead of going for the Hex Shrinker, you actually opt in for going towards your IE. So, you know, some people would actually go for the Hex Drink. It probably is a little bit late to go for it, to be honest. If you haven't already bought it, you're probably not going to go for it. So going for the IE third, which is great. Moving straight into the side lane here, we see Thresh hovering on the top side. We've got 2.5 items. We're quite strong here. As a Tristana, I would feel quite strong.
That's definitely true. I am feeling very strong, but I am not feeling confident in my ability to like just brute force through the side just yet.
Yeah.
I want a little bit more stats, a little bit more gold. So I'm happy just playing a little bit more catch the wave, play a little bit more safe because my teammate's playing around top. If my team would be playing around bot, feel free to just pressure the Akali inside because you got some backup. But I got no backup right here.
Yeah, I mean, and I really like what you do here. You know that this Akali is highly likely trying to hunt you down. You don't have the ability to shove outside, and most importantly, your jungler was in base. Your support was hovering the other side of the map, so you've had to just suck it up and be like, all right, well, yeah, this kind of sucks for me, but I'm just going to hover mid because sitting under your tier 2 bot isn't really going to do anything.
That's right.
So I like this. A nice little creative rotation. This is the best. This is your next best play. It sucks. This is, I would say, fundamentally not what Tristana wants to do. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
That's right. So right now we see that the Baron's up, our Viego's trading sides of the map right here. We're getting the dragon for free. I'm pushing on around mid lane purely to pressure the enemies off and try to get mid prio. Losing mid prio in a situation like this is very tricky because that might lose to us getting topside control. We don't really want to lose topside control towards the enemy team because that's going to give them control around Baron. So right now, I see that I push in the wave and Twitch gets engaged upon, and Akali goes a little bit deep, so we are able to just pick off the Akali kill, and instantly I am recognizing, okay, we cannot do the Baron, let's go opposite side of the map, pressure the side lane.
This is so important. This is exactly what you want to do. Even if you could like flip a Baron, it's just not important. You've already made you've already got the pick onto Akali. Whenever I get a pick or I win a fight, my default response when I'm playing Tristana in the mid game is get to side, get to side, get to side, make people react. This is your number one strength. And I love what you're doing. You're not even bothering with a TP because the most annoying thing that you could do right now is just be in the side. Because imagine if you're the enemy, you're seeing this Tristana just rip up your bot tier 2 here. And this is the unique strength of Tristana. I love what you're doing here. You know that the enemy aren't going to be able to do the Baron. You don't really want to be A-ramming as a Tristana. And most importantly, we need that gold so we can get to our third item. And I love what you do here. You see the TP, you're thinking, screw it. Akali's already TP. I'm still on bot. I can pressure the tier 3. And this is the power of Tristana's side laning.
That's right. This is the power that you have. You're just trying to make the enemies answer. You do so much damage to these turrets, and I'm happy that even though my team makes some bad calls, I try to ping them off with all of my effort. They didn't listen to me. They died for it. That's fine. I'm not overcompensating. I'm not TPing right there. I got 2.7k gold in my bank after all the turrets I just took. I'm just happy pressuring through bot, forcing the enemies to answer right there. So I prevent their Nash in that way. The only reason why these guys weren't able to do Nash the way that they otherwise would have been is because they needed to answer my push and ball.
Yeah, I love this. And look, a lot, and I really want to go back here because I think there's a lot of mistakes that Tristana's would have made here. All the way back here, even on the first engage, when you saw when you're Viego and you're shooting fighting here, what a lot of people would do is they would just TP now, thinking, oh, Akali's dead, we can fight. We don't really want this because again, we're giving up our ability to side lane, and we haven't really made anyone react in the side yet. And Akali having to respond to these waves is annoying because Akali just wants to be at that fight. Akali doesn't want to be sitting here responding to waves. And again, I really want to make it clear that Tristana loves this specifically because gold, gold, gold. More items, more gold. This is what really gets us out of control. So I love this sequence, and I think this is totally aligned with Tristana's identity.
Exactly. So right now, I am actually opting in for the Hex Drinker because both side laners of them, Kennen and Akali, are AP damage threats. So if I can get the Hex Drinker more malicious, it's going to be very hard for them to match me. So there's some more fighting. I try to ping my team back once again. I'm not really compensating. I'm just happy putting in pressure in this game and forcing the enemies to answer me and to respond to me.
Yeah, I do think, now reflecting on Tristana, you are a very selfish champion.
Yep.
You actually just are. You got to prioritize your farm. You got to prioritize yourself. You can't be running around the map. You can't be sacrificing farm, and you got to be willing to say no to players, and you got to be willing to let people die. Now, I just want to quickly talk about this kind of mid-game little sequence here. Now, you ended up, instead of going bot, you decided to run down mid and get the tier 2. Now, this is completely viable. Another viable play here would have been, you know what, I've shoved in mid wave, I'm going to go bot, and then I'm going to try and make someone react bot. That would have also been fine. I would say this is one of those very opportunistic macro decisions where it's like, well, you knew no one could get there in time to defend the tier 2, so why not just take it for free? And tier 2s give a lot of gold, so it's nice. But what I would really like to see after this is getting into the side lane. I mean, ideally, what I'd want to see here is resetting, spending your gold, getting into bot lane, and ripping it up and making this Akali react. Because now, as soon as you go back to base and get that Hex Shrinker, Akali can't do jack shit to you. So this is our number one strength. And so, to be honest, I don't really like this sequence. It's quite low tempo. It's a bit slow. I would have liked to see it be faster, get back on the map. We didn't need that extra little bit of gold there.
Yeah, I fully agree. We are right now in the position, though, where we got the Hex Drinker. We got 3 items plus Hex Drinker. So I know for a fact that Akali, even though she's strong, she cannot match me. I can just stat check her. Also because in this case, this game, I got the conditioning overgrowth. So I'm actually a monstrously hard scaler in this point in the game. And the only reason why I go bot right here is because Baron is the next objective. And I want to be on the opposite side of the objective so I can always like impact that side lane.
This is okay. So the immediate question people are going to get here, Tim, is why did you TP to this one and not the ones before? The key distinction here, guys, is that we've actually got our items.
Right.
We've got to our key spikes. We're ready to go. We're at 3.5 items. As soon as you get to that third item, any opportunity that looks like a somewhat decent team fight, we're happy. Now, yes, it would be great. I mean, if we were more ahead in tempo from before and we didn't mess up our kind of deployment in our base and we'd actually already shoved, it would have been easier. Don't get me wrong. But because we already have got our 3 items, in this case, even 3.5, we're ready to fight. And we know if we win this fight, we can turn that into a Baron.
That's right.
Yep. And so we're able to get a really nice chase down here onto this Akali. Beautiful. Killed the 2. And we can actually probably this is where we can definitely turn it into a Baron.
That's right.
Love it.
So we get the Nash. We can fast forward a little bit because this is a really important situation afterwards as well. We get some more kills. Beautiful stuff. What do? Well, we see that Dragon's coming up next. Dragon's really nice to get, but the enemies are already dead. So I'm instantly recognizing, okay, where can I push? Well, I see that top lane turrets are still all standing. So I ping that I'm going top. Ideally, Viego does not try the one on the Caitlyn and get the dragon here, but it's still all right. It doesn't really matter if he dies. I'm still going to do my job, which is going to be pushing side lane waves right here and trying to get these turrets with this Baron.
Yeah, and again, I love that. The mindset of getting into the side and make people react here, especially with Baron. Now, look, if you said, you know what, I want to be there for that dragon, that would have also been fine. But the intention behind your macro was great. You thought that I'm assuming you thought they didn't need you, right? You thought they were gonna, they were gonna get it without you,
That's
which
right.
is completely reasonable. And you'll find just with, I don't know if you found this, Tim, but with Tristana, just 1 or 2 good quality macro decisions goes a very long way because you get so much of a good macro decision. If you, one correct deployment or one moment where the enemy doesn't match you properly or maybe the enemy over roams can be the difference between you getting multiple towers, an insane amount of waves, and a lot of work done. So Tristana is one of those champions where you get rewarded very, very, very heavily for good quality macro decisions.
That's right. So in this case, I'm a little bit on the weak side of the map. That's okay. I can try to ult me, but because I got the Maul right now, because I'm so strong and so farmed up, I can just stand my ground, just stat check her or him. I don't know what Kennen is. And once again, I just take the reset. I get a little bit more crit. So now I've got like 70% crit or something like that. And I instantly go back to top because that's the tier 2 I want to be taking. It doesn't really make sense going bot lane or mid lane right now. This tier 2 is the next objective. So I'm just going up top. I'm asking for some help. My pings are not really working. I'm a big spam pinger. But it doesn't really matter because whoever starts matching me, I can just stat check them fully.
Yeah, and I want to make something very clear off this deployment. If your team wasn't in a good position, and if Skarner maybe hadn't made people react on bot side, we might actually have to run mid first and then move up here, then into the side. If you felt as though your team was already, they're already competent in terms of getting their vision and maybe the enemy is already off tempo or whatever, then that's fine. You can actually redeploy straight to the side lane. So in this particular scenario, you'll see Caitlyn now responds to bot. So our team doesn't need help getting shoved off mid, and they're in a very good position. So we can actually deploy straight to side. So just a little thing there with those side lane, those deployments. Sometimes you will have to deploy mid first, but that's something we'll have to cover with you guys individually in some coaching sessions or VOD questions channel in the Discord. So it's a little bit hard to teach through VODs.
Definitely.
So again, I love this, getting straight back into the side. No one can match you at this point. If Akali tries to fight you, we can stand our ground. We're 2 levels
Completely.
up.
Yeah, it's not even close. Like she just gets completely annihilated. It's like it's not even close.
Yep,
We're so strong. Close.
Yeah, and usually by the time you're at this stage, it's just a matter of trying to create those man advantages and being there for major neutral objectives whenever they come up. And now at this stage, no one can deal with you in the side lane, and it looks like it should be a pretty free win.
Yep, that's right. The enemies are getting desperate. They see how strong I am. They know it's really hard for them to deal with me. And we just take over the game through this.
Yeah, I love it. And I think the key takeaways from this mid game in general, I would say, is your willingness to get into the side lane, your willingness to say no, your willingness to be like, you know what, I don't need to be there for every single play, but what I do need to do is I need to get into the side and collect my farm. And you got rewarded for it because now you're an absolute god getting to your, third, fourth, fifth item heading into the mid to late game. Really well played. Moving into another mid game, we've got me playing Tristana into Syndra. Now, to kind of set the groundwork, top lane relatively even, junglers relatively even. I've got quite a nice little lead over this Syndra, and most importantly, I'm going to get prior ones to the side lane. But my bot lane kind of got destroyed. Lucian's in a very good position, up quite a bit of farm, and has 6 kills. So the solution was quite scary. Now, I'm not yet fully spiked, right? I'm not yet on my second item. Tristana is heavily reliant on that second item spike. I'm not there yet. So heading into mid game here, laner summons have swapped up a little bit. My main priority is to make Syndra react and get into the side lane. So let's get into it. Let's take a look. Now, it's important to note, guys, that these are not perfect mid games. I don't play this mid game flawlessly. We've just picked a few random mid games. Some of them are going to be clean, some of them are going to be a bit sloppy, but we'll review it just like we would review anyone else's mid game.
Exactly. And it's really important to mention, right, is that Syndra will never, ever be able to beat us in the side lane. That's our strength. That's how we're going to be able to win this game eventually.
Yeah, so what ends up happening here is that I realized way too late that I should not be contesting the rift and I should be utilizing my strength, which is getting into the side. So I end up deciding to go for a straight TP onto bot and call off the team fight. I don't want a team fight. If I'm 1.5 item Tristana, I'm not yet spiked. I don't want to be 5v5ing. I don't want to be A-ramming. That's not me utilizing the strengths and the full potential of my kit. So I really want to get into the side. I want to drag people to me, and this is how I can really ramp up and get to my second item.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. And we see that Syndra is now forced to answer us 2 levels up. We're always going to get priority into this guy.
Yeah, exactly right. Now, look, in an ideal world, I probably wouldn't have to TP and I would have just been able to deploy straight bot and conserve my TP. And that would give me a little bit more flexibility with my mid game macro. But notice how I just ping back. I need to get my Devori. I don't want any fights here. Very decisive, knowing that I'm completely and utterly tied to my item spikes. So there we go. Beautiful. Second item. Now I'm in a much better position.
Let's get to a tab here. It would be amazing to spot on a tab and really riff off a lull state coming up. Because this is a very important point in the game where we want to make a decision of what's going to be next and what's going to be our goal in general, Curtis. Curtis, what do you see here?
Yeah, so look, when I look at this game, I would say having these two dragons is a bonus. It's really, really good. It kind of solidifies our mid game because I'm in a position now where I could even give a dragon or two. I could trade off 1 or 2 dragons to get more farm and get to my third item. So having even just one dragon in the early game, goes a long way to give you that flexibility. Now, the main thing that I'm looking for, though, is still my main advantage. Look at this advantage I have over to this Syndra. I'm in a very, very good position here. So I need to ram myself into the side lane and really put this guy down and make her react waves and create man advantages. Now, look, I don't know whether or not I'm going to be pressuring towers. I don't know if I'm going to be shoving and moving. I couldn't tell you exactly what I'm going to be doing here. But what I do know for a fact, that know the few conditions, is that I want to get to my third item. I need to be hyper efficient with my farm, and I need to make Syndra react. That's all I know. And so that's like kind of my mindset here heading off this deployment.
That's right. So there's a few things to also specify right here. We don't know what the lane assignments from the enemies are going to be. In an ideal world, we're going to be matching Syndra. So we also see that enemy top tier 1 is still alive as the only tier 1 tower. So it would be nice for us to eventually start breaking down the tier 1, but we cannot just go and do that if either the Lucian or the Nasus are matching us. We wanted to be specifically against Syndra in that lane. So currently, I think it's completely fine to open a bot, just put some pressure, force someone to react, and eventually we want to try to get into a position where we're laning against Syndra, and we can actually also make some progress to the side.
And notice here, look at my discipline here. I don't go in onto the Syndra because I didn't know where the Kha'Zix was. So I'm just being very, very patient.
Yep. And also not only about the Kha'Zix, look at what our team's doing. We are literally on the weaker side of the map right now with our jungle on top side. If we jump in, we're taking a massive risk. If your Warwick's hovering you, be my guest. jump in. But this guy is on the other side of the map. He will never be able to support us. Shen will be able to R, of course, but that's always a little bit of an oddball, a little bit risky to play off that, especially in solo queue.
So here I end up going for the shove and move. I saw that they were heavy trading mid, so I ended up going for the shove and move. And this is part of, Tristana's arsenal. I could have continued to pressure bot, but I've already made Syndrome to react. So what I'm doing right now is thinking, oh, okay, well, there's some heavy trading going on. There's a lot going on here. I wonder if I can maybe make something happen. So I just move on over. I tried to try and find something happen. They all disengage, a little bit unfortunate. That's okay. I can go back and then I can get back into the side lane here. So you'll see here in a moment. I try to look for something here into the Syndra. She eased me away. That's fine. And so what I'm hoping I do, I can't remember specifically, but I'm hoping I get back into the shove and get back into the side here.
Fully agree. So we get some more gold in the pocket. And it seems like in this case, we're going instantly back to bot. Of course, we could have theoretically reset if we wanted to right here to match our team's tempo a little bit. It's not necessary. We can also push in another bot wave and maybe get our BF sword. That would be a better reset than otherwise. It seems like that's eventually what you went for.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of aiming for here. That BF sword. So I get my BF sword. Dragon is coming up. So I need to make a decision. Do I want to contest this dragon? So I remember in the game, I actively said to myself, I think we can fight it. So I'm pinging it. You'll see I'm pinging it in the chat. Look, an argument could be made to trade it off. I could quite easily go top here, tell Shen to go bot, trade off that dragon, and then get tier 1 tower top and get an IE. That would be a really, really good macro play. So, in hindsight, to be honest, if I were playing this game again, I think that's what I would have done. I actually think I would have given that third dragon and I would have just utilized my ability to trade it off and get towers and get to IE, because that would guarantee the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, I fully agree. You guys have 6 grubs. You guys are playing with Shen, Trist. Playing through the side lane is just going to be your way of winning the game.
And now, there's a lot going on here, and I want to talk about this. So what ends up happening is that my jungler, for whatever reason, decides to gank the Nasus before Dragon. And, I'm trying to be efficient with my farm, and don't even try to understand junglers, guys. That's not what we do here. And anyway, Warwick goes topside, dies, gets counter ganked. So I knew at this point that, look, I'm not going to if they get Baron, they get Baron. I'm not even going to bother. I'm happy to trade the Baron off and just get the tier 2. So look what I do here. I just shove out bot, and this is where I can get really, really far ahead. And I can get, again, most importantly, get to my IE.
Yeah, and this is a really, really big point in the game right here. Especially what I reckon that we're going to be seeing a lot as a common mistake in the MLA reviews that we're going to be doing is that people feel pressured. They feel like they have to compensate. We have to stop this Baron. This Baron is the end of the game if we lose it. No, not at all. We just push in the side lane waves real deep. We get a lot of gold. And because we push in the side lane waves so deep, now the enemies, look at the amount of distance they have to get back into you, even though they have the Baron. Look at how much space that they need to get back into you before they can even start sieging. So pushing in the side lane waves here is fantastic, not compensating, getting gold in your pocket, and taking it easy. Baron's not the end of the game, guys.
Yeah, and we also got the Dragon on the back end. They spent so much time getting the Baron and then responding to our shove that we could actually get, we got, I think, tier 2 mid, tier 3 mid, tier 2 bot, and Dragon. Look at how much gold and how much value we got out of trading that Baron. Sometimes giving a Baron is completely fine.
That's right. So one thing I would have loved right here, guys, and we're going to get a little bit more advanced. If we go a little bit back after we get the dragon, I think we could have upped the tempo a little bit. If I'm Tristana, I'm always looking at towers because towers is something that we take really quickly. So I would have loved for us to reset and possibly to go together with Shen on top and try to pressure enemy top lane, force enemy to respond. And then what's going on is that with their Baron, maybe they're trying to siege mid or bot, they're constantly responding to us because we are upping the tempo, we are putting pressure in the side lanes, and it's going to be very hard for them to play.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. That would have been a really good macro, because there's a really good macro play, because there's not much I can do bot because I've already got the tier 1, tier 2. But again, either way, what I'm still trying to do here is drag someone to the side. I don't want to ARAM here. They've got Baron. I need to drag someone to the side. So I'm constantly trying to shove here, min-max my ability to side lane, and yeah, again, make them come. And so I see them ARAMing, so I'm like, okay, if you guys want to ARAM, I'm happy to play the side.
Yeah. This is like so good, Curtis, because if we're A-ramming versus Syndra, Wei, AP Nasus, Nami, we're gonna lose. Like there's no
Yeah.
winning.
Yeah.
There's literally no winning. So this is fantastic.
Yep, exactly right. I remember, oh man, I remember this was a mechanical blunder coming up here. So shut your eyes, Tim. And I think this was when I thought my R was going to finish, but it didn't. And oh God.
I didn't see it. You're
Yeah,
lucky.
good. Good. You're lucky. Don't ask.
Okay,
I
so
mean,
trade kills, not
yeah,
too
we
bad.
trade kills. It shouldn't have been a trade for kill. To be honest, this whole sequence would have been a lot cleaner. If I killed the Syndra there, that actually matters a lot because I could potentially pressure that tier 3. So,
Yep.
look, in an ideal world, this whole sequence is played a little bit better mechanically. I actually could sidestep this rather than moving into the wall. I step upwards, have more space to dodge a little bit here, and I could actually get this tower and pressure the idiot and maybe even kill the Syndra. And that would change the game a lot. So, a few little micro details there, but I think the underlying macro in terms of making people react, dragging Syndra to the side, is really, again, what I'm looking for here. And now, most importantly, guys, I've got my 3 items. Now, this is where I'm happy. This is where I'm strong.
Yeah, spot on. So we see another lull state right here. And in the lull state, we can really start recognizing a new game plan. We have our 3 items, but still, a ramming is going to be hard giving the enemy's champions. I really like what Shen's doing. Shen's going bot, and I would have loved for us to actually go and pressure top lane. That's also where Warwick is at. We could have definitely shoved out a few top lane waves and forced an enemy to answer, especially since we have TP. But in the end, this is not too bad. Since we got our 3 items, we're just going to do work anyway.
Yeah, I agree. Looking back on this from a macro perspective, I think what I should have done is deployed top here. I think deploying top makes more sense. I can get that tier 2 top. I can pressure. I think that would have been good. I don't like this because I have TP as well. I should be shoving. I think wasting time getting this blue is just really inefficient. So look, it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but I don't think this is fully aligned with Tristana's identity. Now, look, I guess I have 3 items, so I can do this and I can fight. But I think you're spot on. If I were to go top, this whole sequence would have been a lot better.
Yeah, that's right. Like we make it work, we can do it, but it's not fully in line with our strengths, and we're not fully utilizing our strengths as a split pusher, especially in like in this game where our siding is just unmatchable. It's legit
Yeah.
unmatchable.
I need to get into the side. Even here, I should be running top here. I should be just running top. Get the hell out of here, Curtis, and go top. And these little moments where I'm not getting to the side. These matter. You will really feel it. Like, because again, I'm just not. This is not playing in accordance to Tristana's strengths. I'm just wasting so much time. Wasting so much time. And here I'm just like trying to look for some gimmicky little picks. To be honest, what it looks like here, because I think this one was a little bit earlier on in my journey, I look lost. I don't exactly know.
Yeah,
Because I think what happened is I tunnel vision too hard on the 3 items. I'm thinking, yeah, I hit 3 items. I'm ready to fight. But no, yes, it's good. I can fight, but I still need to be playing in accordance to that side laning mentality.
that's right. So we got a dragon coming up in 116. What do you reckon, Curtis?
Yeah, so look, at least I'm finally going to the side lane. So I'm hoping what I do is again try to make them sweat. I try to make them sweat for this dragon, drag someone to the side before. If I were here even earlier, it would have been a lot easier for me, but still I need to try and make someone react. But I still want to fight the dragon though, in my opinion, because it's
For
a
sure.
third dragon. It's nice. I can fight. So if the fight looks good, I will go for it.
Yeah, this is our soul. If we can get the soul, that would really put the game in a heavy
Oh yeah,
winning
it's
position
actually
for us.
soul. Yeah. Yeah, I actually can't even remember what I do here, to be honest. So we'll see what I do. I think what I was trying to do is pretend that I was rotating and maybe try to pick her in rotation.
Yeah, this is really good. Beautiful stuff. Really, really, really good stuff.
Yeah, and I wanted to actually fight the dragon here, so I think I based to replenish my resources to get ready for a TP.
We get the last whisper. I think it's good to TP in. It should be a very favorable fight with Zindra being dead. We do see that our teammates are struggling a bit on mid. We do kill the Nasus. Pretty nice. Oh, wow. What an insane Nami build, actually.
Yeah, that's really nice. And then we got Soul.
Beautiful.
And then straight to side. Good. This is better.
This
This
is
is
it.
better. This is what I want to see. Good job, Curtis.
Hey, you're smurfing, dude.
Who is this guy? Who is it? Oh, yeah, I had my toggle champs only, and I was trying to hit the Krunks.
Beautiful
Oh,
stuff.
God. All right. So,
Yeah.
okay, so this is interesting. So, I actually don't think if I were to stay, I don't think I would recall here. I think my mindset in the moment, just trying to read my gameplay, I think I wanted to be there for that Baron. But I actually think in hindsight, what I would have done is I would have stayed here. I would have assassinated the Syndra and
Yes,
kept side
exactly.
laning. That would have been way better.
Exactly. Because the enemy jungle is dead, the enemy Nasus is dead, right? You are going to be in a little bit of a lull state of the game. Game's going to be a little bit slower. So you can be a little bit more creative. And because you're so slippery in the side lane anyway, you can just put in the pressure constantly and just give the enemies no time to breathe. And this also shows, Curtis, our Tristana understanding has evolved over
A
the
lot.
amount of games that we've been
Even
playing as well.
honestly, even the last few days, like straight up, even the last few days, my Tristana understanding is changed a lot. So yeah, totally. And I feel like the skill cap with Tristana's mid game is extremely high because
It
there's
is.
so many options. There's just so much you can do.
Yep. That's spot
And
on.
so here what I've done is I tried to group up with the team, come through mid together, and get ready to play the team fight. That's kind of what I've done here. Again, unfortunately, I'm not bot. We've deployed Shen bot. That's the decision that I've gone for. I think this can still work. I think this definitely can because I am on 3.5 items. Do I think this is optimal? No.
So I think in this particular case, Curtis, what I would specifically do is I would be very happy just sending Shambot. But rather than doing that, is I would actually try to utilize the top lane side lane with Warwick asking to over me and the Shen R to actually get control there and use that
Yeah.
top lane push to get top side control for the Baron.
Yeah, that would be very nice.
Get
Yeah,
a
and
little
so we
team
end up.
fight going on here.
Yeah, I'm trying to play the team fight. It's a little bit messy. Yeah, I mean, probably some room for improvement there with the team fighting, but not amazing. Not terrible either. But look, to be honest, again, we're so limited what we could have done there because I'm not utilizing. I mean, we're giving Syndra the ARAM. You know, we're giving their comp the ARAM, and that's just it's hard for us because our comp. Think about what our comp does. We have a Nami, Kaiser, Warwick, Tristana. It's
Yeah.
just such a bad combination of champions. We have like no engage. We're all incredibly low range. They're just gonna stare us down, and so as you can see, we just kind of got zoned. So fast
Yeah.
forwarding, you know, it looks like eventually I get into the side lane here, which is much better. And this is
We
what
do
I
have
want to see.
4 items now. Like 4 items on Triss, like the difference in spike between 3 and 4 is massive because what happens is we get extra crit chance. And that extra crit chance bumps it up from 50 to 75. And that's gonna make your hits just in general so much more consistent and so much stronger as well.
Yeah, now I remember this one specifically because I saw them base and I was looking for the TP flanks. I was thinking that they were going to base and respond to that wave. So I was waiting for it. I just couldn't find it.
Yeah, and this was really good. Like we don't compensate TPing in too early. We see that our team is like doing quite all right themselves. We sit inside, get the T2, get even more gold in our pocket. But most importantly, we force an enemy to respond, really breaking down their siege.
Yeah, I like this. I do like this. I think this is a lot better. But then my team kind of run in. I remember reviewing this one actually. I remember really not being happy with this TP because even if my team die, there's no neutrals. So there's actually nothing for them to get. Let's say my Warwick dies. At best, they get mid and hip. Who cares if they get mid and hip? So again, this is another moment where I needed to stay resolute and stay focused on staying into the side lane. And this is again where my Tristana has really evolved in the mid game. My willingness to say no and my willingness to get into the side. Now, you can see moments in this game where I did that. There's other moments where I didn't, and that's the kind of the evolution that you guys will have in your Tristana gameplay. And look, we'll kind of maybe skim forward. I think what ends up happening is that Elder Dragon was coming up, so we tried to group up for the Elder. I don't have TP, so I'm kind of forced to stay here. Kind of play this one out. It looks like they kind of ARAM. We peel back. And I think here we're just able to play the front-to-back team fight. They kind of overextend a little bit too much there. And then we end up kind of winning the team fight and kind of going from there. So, look, overall, I think it was I'll give it maybe a C plus. You know, it had some good things, had some average things. But yeah, I
You know
definitely
what,
hope it
Curtis?
shows.
I think this is amazing. Like, this is a realistic game. Like,
It
if
is
we look at,
realistic.
it's so realistic. Like, you're gonna not play it perfect. You're not gonna like be Chovy, be Faker, and play the macro calls perfect. There's always room for improvement. You're always gonna get lost sometimes, getting overwhelmed with the game. And just this shows really well like what we could have done. And this is also gonna probably happen a lot in your games. And these are going to be very similar situations that you can learn a lot from.
So getting into another mid game, this is me playing Tristana into a Hui. Now, if you take a look at the state of the game, bot lane's doing okay. They're doing relatively even. I'm doing pretty damn good. You know, I'm working towards my second item, farming really quite well, but not really at my key spikes yet. Brand scaling alongside the Lilia. My top lane got annihilated. Now, the reason I wanted to cover this specific mid game is that it really exemplifies a key set of macro decisions that were really, really good into one really bad macro decision that single-handedly lost me the game. And I think this is going to be a common mistake we're going to see inside the MLA program. And I'm assuming this is what we're going to see a hell of a lot of from you Tristana players out there. So what ends up happening here is I'm, in the mid game. What do I want to do? As per usual, as Tristana, I want to get into the side. I want to make Hui react. So off this deployment, I have to cover mid because Zeri was bot, so I'm temporarily mid to catch a few waves. And then what I do here is I instantly swap as soon as I possibly can. So I call for the swap and get immediately into the side lane. Now, this is an amazing scenario for me because the enemy just got rift on top side. So I know Lilia is on the top side of the map. Their jungler's on the top side of the map. My jungler is hovering me on the bot side. And now here, we can play for a kill onto the way. So I try to bait him in a little bit, try to be conservative. Also, I'm quite low and I don't have bone plating. And then, unfortunately, he flashes. What my intention was here was to R him into the wall so that Brand could land his abilities. But he flashed, so he flashes out is what it is. But not too bad. I'm okay with this. Hui gets chunked away. I actually thought there that for whatever reason that he wasn't going to die to the Brand passive. I flash for the kill. He dies. Great. This is still fundamentally, all the micro stuff aside, a good macro. Now because I'm dragging Hui to the side lane and I'm not ARAMing on 1.5 items. So this is exactly what Tristana wants to do. And as a result, we get this kill. I'm able to rip up these towers. And yeah, sure, my team is maybe struggling on the other side of the map. That's okay. I have to make that sacrifice. I can't compensate for my team as Tristana. I need to be valuing my own resources. I need to be valuing my own farm and making this person react. So you'll see here in a moment, Hui TP's back. I'm thinking, great, I've got my Navorian base. I want to reset and I want to spend my gold. But I know that this way is by himself. So I ping for assistance knowing that if Brand comes, we can kill this guy. He has no flash. Even though I don't have my Navori, I think we can kill him. So I ping for assistance. I stay to try and bait him in. And you'll see in a moment here, I think Brand takes the blast cone, loops around, and we get another great play off onto the way. So you'll see in a moment, Brand loops around. And this is the power of getting hovered. If your jungler is able to hover you, it's very, very nice. We're able to get another kill. And just like that, just by getting into the side lane, playing to my champion strengths, communicating with my jungler, I want him to come to me, I'm now getting really far ahead. Hui is in a bad spot. And now, all of a sudden, I've got 2k gold in my back pocket. I can rip up the side lane, and I can get my reset.
Beautiful stuff. And we see that we're just now really in an advantageous position in the side lane. Wei will not be able to match us from this point anyway. We also see that in this low state, Baron's coming up, and we know that Wei just used his TP on bot lane. So since we still have TP advantage, we can really leverage the power that we have in the side lane by going bot lane again and pressuring through that lane.
Yeah, exactly right. This is dream scenario here. I say no to this TP play because that's not my champ's identity, playing with the weak side Volibear, and Baron's not quite up yet. So all I need to do is go immediately bot, and the game is over. It's so hard for them to play. I'll be able to get farm, 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 get the tier 2, get my IE. The game is completely different. And look at what I do here, guys. I see the way, I see my team fight, and I ARAM. Now, this is a really, really, really big macro decision and a really big mistake, sorry. And I trade 1-for-1 with Ezreal. I could have played that better and ulted him away, is what it is. And just like that, the game is completely flipped on its head. Now, I just want you guys to imagine, I just want you guys to put yourself in the shoes of Wei here. Imagine if you're a mobile mage with no TP, no flash, with no major neutral objective up yet. What are you going to do? Nothing. You're in a really, really bad situation. I literally hand the game on on a platter by ARAMing here.
Yeah.
And so guys, you should learn from Uncle Curtis here. Do not, and I repeat, do not get complacent with your side laning. This is the foundation of playing Tristana. This is a common mistake, and you need to be willing to say no. So what I should have done is taken this portal, taken this red buff, no hesitation, taken this portal straight here, boom. Whatever happens here happens. If my team die, they die. I don't care. Even if they get Baron, I should be able to get tier 2 and tier 3. Even if I don't get the inhib, that's fine. I get tier 2. Game's still fine. I'll be alive. I'll be valuing my bounty. I'll get IE gold. We'll be rock and rolling. And then we'd be okay. And after this play here, I make this mistake. I give a bit of a bounty over. And just like that, the game is made difficult. Now, the next macro mistake that I make here is that I decide to contest Dragon because I thought this was their third Dragon. What I should have done is accepted that we're going to lose the third Dragon, give this, and again, trade it off for farm. I should be running topside, trading off this third Dragon, moving top with the intention to try and get this tier 2 so I can get to my goddamn IE.
That's right. One thing I want to quickly intercept, Curtis, is if you would actually pressure bot instead of going mid and trying to kill the X-Wheel, the enemies more than likely than not wouldn't even be able to start Baron because Wei needs to get out of mid lane to answer you in bot lane. And if they would be starting Baron, if it's a 5 versus 5 scenario with Brand R and us having TP, we're still happy just contesting that if the angle looks right. But just us going bot lane right now forces Wei down there and makes it so hard for enemies to do something on the map because they're always generally a man down.
Yeah, exactly right. If Wei were to go there and I find a good TP, we could create a 5v4 play as well. So there's a lot of options there. It puts a shit ton of pressure onto them in terms of how they can play the map. And again, what I do here off the base is another common mistake. Instead of just trading the neutral objective, I'm getting my team into a scenario where we're playing the team fight, and now we're in this awkward scenario where we're fighting the neutral. So now the game kind of devolves into, some questionable decisions. I end up realizing that we can't fight it. So I try to shove down mid. I get the tier 1, pressure the tier 2, get the tier 2. So we get something for it. But then, most of the team die on the back end. So it ends up being not that good for us. So I wanted to make this a really short and sharp third mid-game sequence just to really get across the significance of where I make some really great macro decisions, calling the brand to hover me, playing the side lane, killing that way in the side, saying no to some TP plays, getting to my second item. I just wasn't able to execute, after that by not playing the side well enough.
Yeah, and there's one more thing I'd like to add on to this, and this is a little bit of a story of me. What really opened my eyes when it comes to this Tristana mid game is that I was playing a lot of Brand mid, and you played Brand mid with Ghost. We also have Brand mid as an approved champion in the Mid Lane Academy program. And for once, I played against the Team Heretics mid laner, and he played Tristana. And lane and stuff like that was all doing completely fine. And what happened afterwards is we actually went both to 2 items. We were in a pretty decent spot, and he just started permanently side laning. And there was nothing I could do about it. I had no TP. I was stuck at Ghost Brand. He had Mercs. I couldn't even kill him. And I just didn't know what to do against it. And then I realized, holy moly, whenever you're playing a TP-less mage into Tristana siding, constantly answering, you're screwed. So I started banning Tristana when I wanted to play Brand from that. I just was like, I don't even bother anymore.
It's so funny you said that. I literally had an identical experience versus a pro player in my region.
Yeah.
And yeah, I was playing Lux. And I was playing Lux, I believe, with Barrier. And I had no TP. And he got into the side lane, and I was stuck under my tier 2. And it was an absolute nightmare. I'm like, this champion's broken.
Yeah. It is
I got
broken.
so angry. I got so angry. Being on the receiving end of a Tristana that knows how to play side lane, and especially when you don't have TP, is an
Yeah,
absolute nightmare. So we want to be that guy, right? We want to be in their position.
exactly.
So now for team fighting with Tristana. Team fighting with Trist is not exactly easy. It's one of the harder aspects of Tristana. I would say the two difficult aspects of Tristana is the mid-game macro and playing the map, and the team fighting. Now, there are a few key things we need to understand when it comes to team fighting with Tristana. Number one, we definitely can play front-to-back team fights. That is in our wheelhouse. Now, do we want to be defaulting to front-to-back 5v5 front-to-back team fights? Probably not. I mean, ideally, we want to be creating some sort of a man advantage and winning the fight in a front-to-back position, but with a man advantage. But we definitely can front-to-back, especially later in the game when we hit our Q spikes. We can definitely look to go for those aggressive, opportunistic Ws. This is something that is better explained with clips, which we'll get into in a second. This is something that I've personally struggled with a lot on Tristana. I feel as though most people who have a decent, I'd say, baseline level of mastery of Tristana are happy to play the front to back. But a key differentiating factor in terms of the success or the quality of your team fighting is going to be how creative are you going to be with your Ws? How bold are you going to be with those Ws? And that's going to be a massive kind of distinguishing factor between the quality of Tristana players. Good quality R usage, rushing your Rs versus holding him. Sometimes, using him to proc that last tick of the bomb versus actually using it for peel. It is a really, really good anti-dive tool and a great tool for even just repositioning in general. So rather than talking about it, let's go ahead and get into some examples so we can break these ones down together. So diving into the examples, this first one is of Tim here playing Tristana. It looks like we're fighting over a set of grubs here. So we'll play it out once, and then we'll kind of go back and break down all of the little aspects. So it looks like the enemy team is trying to collapse. We end up baiting out the Maokai W, peeling back with our W, trying to create some sort of front to back here. We end up flashing out of the CC, and then following up with our Tristana, with our Fiddlesticks, getting a nice little reset, and then continuing from there. And then that's where Talia disengages. So there's a lot of little things that I want to talk about here. So if we kind of lay the groundwork, we've kind of got our AD carry and base. We've got our support and top lane in the area. Looks like support's roamed up to help secure the grubs. And we're fighting with our Fiddlesticks here. The enemy mid laner is moving in with the enemy support. So it looks like it's a Maokai support, Talia jungle, and an enemy Syndra mid. So what we see here is this very weird scenario where the Shen is in Narnia. I don't really know how the Shen got there. You kind of got Syndra and Talia collapsing from mid, and Maokai's kind of out here by his lonesome. So what Tim does is quite creative. He walks up to try and create a bit of space and get a bit of damage, gets W'd, and then buffers the W with his W. Now, look, I'm not a massive fan of this because it did mean we pushed the enemy a little bit too far away. So it was actually quite awkward for Fiddle to get a good quality R. But, it was a great usage of W because sometimes what we can do with our W is we can bait out key abilities and buffer key CC abilities. That is definitely something we can do as Tristana. So he ended up baiting out that ability, kind of getting the fight started, and then now was able to use Flash creatively to play the front to back, follow up on the multi-threat here with Fiddle, and then play from there. Now, one of, I would say, the things that makes Tristana's team fighting a lot easier is following up on other people creating space for you. Now, Fiddle going in is, obviously the ultimate form of that because it means we can follow up. They're going to be CC'd, very easy for us to get resets, and then we can go from there. So, look, I think this was quite creative. Another way of playing this team fight would be we can just play it way slower, actually wait for them to collapse onto us, bait in the bait them into the Fiddle R, kind of utilizing the pit, and then play off our Ornn. But this ended up being okay, quite creative, did cost our Flash, but Flash isn't overly important on Tristana anyway, so not too bad. A nice little kind of stock standard scrap or skirmish. So moving into the second team fight here, this is of Tim again. He's on 3.5 items, very strong. We're in that kind of more heading into mid to late game here, playing over a dragon. Now his comp has a lot of frontline. He's got a Zac, he's got a Nautilus. This fight here is basically as stock standard as it gets. We're utilizing our great front to back team fighting with our heavy front line, nice conservative positioning, doing what we can. It's really hard for us to W in aggressively here because no one is really low enough for us to get a reset. We need to be playing with our front line. Now, kiting back beautifully, Cho'Gath goes a little bit deep. We see Teemo flanking on the back end, and now we can aim to use our W to clean up kills. And this is, again, one of the great things about Tristana. You can kind of clean up people on the back end. So, look, this one is very, very straightforward. Typically when Tristana hits that 3-item onwards, you're more than happy to play these front-to-back team fights, especially when you have heavy front line. One thing that I really like about this team fight is just how poised and disciplined he is. He's not overcomplicating it. He's sticking behind his front line. He's hitting whoever comes into his range. And as you can see here, anyone who comes anywhere near him is going to get absolutely shredded. Now, Cho'Gath did a beautiful Q there to peel us back. I like how he doesn't overchase there by himself. He sticks with his team and kites back beautifully. Now in scenarios where we don't have heavy frontline like this is where you might need to get a little bit more creative with your W's. But games like this, where you have great frontline, you don't need to get fancy. Keep it simple, tried and true. Especially again when you're on these items, keep it simple. So this is basically as stock standard as it gets. If you've ticked all the boxes, you've picked Tristana in a good quality game, this is essentially what it would look like. So this third fight here is a little bit more complicated. So to kind of lay the groundwork here, we're still in that same game from before. We've got the heavy front line with the Zac and the Nautilus. But what it seems like is that Tim here is kind of in a more flank position, right? He has more access to the back line here. It looks like the fight is happening more so over here, and he's kind of in this position coming in from the side. And this is sometimes what you can do with Tristana, or sometimes it's just the way that the game pans out, right? So what ends up happening here as we play this one out is that he sees the Ashe well overextended. We're able to follow up on that beautifully. Tim goes a little bit crazy here, nearly gets chomped to death by the Cho'Gath and ends up dying on the back end there. So let's play this one out. Now, one of the things that you guys are going to have to look for in your Tristana gameplay, especially when it comes to your team fight specifically, is when should you be looking to W aggressively for sometimes holding it, or even W defensively? And most of the team fighting complexity all revolves around the W usage. So let's look at this a few times. So I like the positioning, gets straight onto the Ashe, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Gets a little bit carried away. This W was completely unnecessary. We could have held it. We had more than enough time to just auto this guy. We were in auto range. Not to mention we could proc our fleet just to close the gap there as well. The other thing here, what he could have done is potentially, once he realized that the enemy were in the area, potentially R the Cho'Gath away as a bit of a panic button. But again, that wouldn't be ideal because then you're just giving the Cho'Gath a free escape. So I would say this is a classic example of an over-aggressive W, whereby we were not really thinking about what the other key threats were. So look, I would say as a general rule of thumb with Tristana, you're probably better off being a little bit too defensive than too aggressive with your Ws, because you can just pump out so much damage. And if you can ever just auto someone already, more often than not, you don't need to W in already. So I like this. I would say this is quite a common mistake. This is what you guys are likely going to be experiencing in your own solo queue, and that's okay. But again, it just goes to show how you can get a little bit creative with Tristana, and you can sometimes have this backline access and reposition with your W. So a bit of I guess we're starting to now see some of the less optimal team fighting. So moving into another team fight, this one here, Tim is at 3.5 items. I would say we're relatively strong. We've got to our key spikes here. Dragon is coming up. It looks like our team is trying to control the vision on this bot side jungle. Now, it looks like we're slightly ahead. Now we go for a bit of a shove and move. Try to control the area with the team. We're kind of coming in from the side here. We notice the enemy are a little bit split. So we end up going for a very aggressive W here onto this Blitzcrank, proccing the bomb, getting the reset on the W, which is great. Beautiful kill. And now we're looking to play the front to back, reposition with our W, proc the bomb again, get another reset on the W. Our team is diving deep. We can follow up. They've got that multi-threat, and we're able to kind of rinse them through that team fight. So I love this team fight because it shows very bold, but I would say appropriate W usage. It's not too aggressive. It's just right. It really shows kind of the limitations of Tristana in a fight. Just really, really good. The great identification of engaging on the enemy while they were split. And this goes to show that Tristana can definitely start fights situationally. We realized they were split. They were not in position. Our team is in the area. We've got good multi-threat. Really, really nice pick there. What I also like about this is that he actually W's aggressively to get onto this gunner so he can make sure that he's continuously ordering the next target. He knows that he's got beautiful front line with the Rek'Sai there. And so he's able to kind of rinse through the next target. And he's not afraid to W aggressively again, knowing his team is running forwards. So again, I love this team fight. I think it really shows what Tristana is capable of later in the later stages of the game and what you can do if you've got other people creating space for you. And so again, what I would like to see you guys experiment with in your team fights is really pay attention when you do have that multi-threat, your team are going in, looking to follow up, reposition, continuing to pump in those auto attacks and proc those bombs and get those W resets. Okay, getting into another team fight here. This one is we're 4-4-4, so we're really not that strong. And if we kind of freeze frame here, it looks like Dragon's coming up in 10 seconds. And Tim had decided that it looks like he wanted to contest this Dragon. Whether or not we should even be fighting this Dragon is a different story, but he's decided to do so. So he's kind of contesting mid here, trying to be on mid wave. He's on about 2.5 items, so not overly strong, but not overly weak. His Gragas seems to be doing okay. So let's see how he navigates this one. So it looks like Gragas is recalling, so it's just him, Jinx, and Milio on mid-wave, keeping mid-wave shoved before the next neutral objective. The enemy go ahead and engage. We peel back for our Jinx, create a bit of space there. Not afraid to be up and aggressive here because we do have our W to buffer. So I think it's important to note, if you're playing a lot of other champions, you would be shit scared right now of a Blitzcrank running at you. But look, in this case, Blitzcrank already missed the Q, so we're completely fine. We reposition. It would have been nicer probably to reposition over the wall, but not too bad. What I like about this is that he peels back beautifully. Very, very aggressive W off to a different side here. Gets the reset on the Blitzcrank and then goes back out. So let's break this one down. There's a lot of little details. So I would say the start of this fight is very difficult for us because, again, we're lacking that multi-threat. Our jungler is dead and our Gragas isn't here. So it's just us, Jinx, and Milio. So this scenario is typically quite hard for us being a Tristana because we've got no one really creating space. Now, he utilizes the fact that they're focusing all of their attention on Jinx to lay down a bunch of autos on this Echo, proc the bomb, kite back, and reposition. Now, it would have been great. The next level would have been W just defensively over here to kite back and maybe kill this Lee Sin. But he looks like he misclicked or went over the wall, didn't go over the wall. That's okay. But I do like this because instead of diving forward where we have no multi-threat, he's able to kind of get the reset off the Lee Sin and keep his Jinx alive. Now, this is very interesting because he has a lot of options here. He could quite easily use the fact that he has a Gragas here to play the front to back and kill the Skarner. Now, I think what he realized is that his team was completely fine killing the Skarner, that he's actually better off going off to the side and going on the next target. Now, this is something that you can do as a Tristana because we have our W, we have our R for self-peel, and he does use that to prevent Blitzcrank getting the knock-up. It's, I would say, a little bit more of an aggressive approach. Now, I would say he gets a little bit lucky there on the back end to not die, diving in onto the back line to get the reset, especially when your team isn't following up. And again, we're lacking that multi-threat here. It's typically not what you want to do, but I guess this shows, again, the limitations of Tristana and something that you can potentially do if you're really aware of your limits. So I think this one has some good things. I would argue that from an ease of execution, what would have been a lot better there, cleaner, is just bomb the Skarner, auto attack the hell out of the Skarner, and just rinse the front to back, and then reposition afterwards with a W. And that way, you're kind of playing with the team, and you've got more safety, I would say. But in this scenario here, it's not too bad. It is completely reasonable. So what you'll notice in a lot of these team fights, guys, is again, yes, there is the waving of auto attacks and proccing the bombs and playing the front to back, but then there is that added little bit of, I guess, spice, if you will, where you can look to reposition with your W and kind of add a little bit of chaos in these team fights and look again to kind of pick off those split targets. So this really is starting to show the complexity of Tristana's team fighting. So going over another team fight, this was actually from one of my recent games, and this was a team fight that shows my current level of play with Tristana. So we'll play it out, and then we'll kind of talk about all the little small details that would have gone a long way. So to kind of, I guess, lay the groundwork here is that the enemy were looking for a dive on my bot lane. Now I decided to TP in and try and be the hero and save the day. Now, there's a lot of low targets. There was a lot going on here. I saw the Lilia quite low. I decided to jump on the Lilia, try to get the reset, and then jump back out and peel back with my team. Now, we'll play it out just to show it. Now we're in this really weird scenario where I can't get the reset. I'm too low to engage, trying to clear the wave so they can't dive us. And now we're in this really sticky position, and the rest of this doesn't really matter. Let's kind of go over all the small details here. So when I TP in, there was a lot of low targets. There's a lot of options. I could have gone ultra conservative and peeled back, I guess, ignore these members over here and kind of walk over here and play with my Zeri. That could have been viable. That would be, I guess, a much more conservative approach. Another thing that I could have done is when I go over into this Lilia, kill the Lilia, and then just W forward aggressively onto the Karma to kill the Karma and then get the hell out. That would have, or even re-engage onto the Aatrox after that. That would have been the next level. Now, for me to make that decision, I would have had to realize that there were multiple low targets. And to be honest, in hindsight, looking at it, I definitely could have. I was just tunnel visioned here on getting the Lilia. I was shit scared of the Aatrox because he was incredibly fed. And I played the defensive approach. Now, this is a scenario where the defense approach actually bit me in the ass. And this is, again, for me as a Tristana player, I feel like my lane is good and my macro is getting better. My team fighting is what really is holding me back a little bit because I'm not willing to go that next level with those aggressive Ws. And so here, that would have been a complete game changer. Again, another little detail that I could have done here in this instance is instead of going for the auto to proc the bomb at the end, use my R, I would have pushed the Lilia back here, and then I would have got the kill sooner and also been able to get the reset onto Karma sooner. Or another little detail, what I could have done is killed the Lilia, use the R now onto the Aatrox to push him back, and then again jump into the Aatrox to kill him with my team. So a lot of small little details mechanically, but the major one that I really want to highlight in this team fighting section is the W usage, because that, to be honest, to me, is the make or break when it comes to a lot of these team fights. So as you can see, 1 or 2 Ws, if you go the defensive approach when you could go the aggressive approach, can potentially lose you a fight. So going over another one of these team fights from me in that same game, now this was another scenario where I didn't pull the trigger on one of those aggressive Ws. So I get a really nice kind of play here onto the Ezreal. I thought my R would kill him. It didn't quite kill him. And now here I had the opportunity to actually jump over the wall and kill the Karma and then kill the Ezreal, but I didn't take it. So let's play that again. So I have access onto I'm trying to find the Ezreal Karma, try to get on top of them here. I see the Ezreal start pumping out my damage. He kind of ease away. I didn't anticipate the shield. Now he's really low. So I'm like, okay, cool. I'll go to the next target. I tried to kite back. Now what I could have done here is now W aggressively finish off the Karma. I would have been in range to probably kill the Ezreal as well. And then I could have kited out. But again, my default response in my current level of play with Tristana is Wing backwards. And I take the conservative route, trying to peel back on my team. And it ends up kind of costing us here. And then we end up definitively losing this team fight. The result off the back of my mistake. So when I'm looking at my team fights, a huge aspect is, okay, sure, maybe I'll obviously look at my weaving in of autos. Did I miss opportunities to get bombs? Was I, ticking all the basics? But then at a higher level, was I rushing my R, maybe using my R too quickly and not holding it for self-pill? And B, was I missing those potential aggressive W angles? And you're starting to see how it really kind of matters in these fights. Going over another team fight here, I wasn't doing too well. I'm 0-1. I've only got my Kraken. And what ended up happening here is that this Akali was really strong, and I wanted to, fight away from this Akali. Now, a little bit of a fight breaks out here in mid lane. The Varus was way too split. I ended up going in aggressively with my W, proccing the bomb, finishing that guy off. And then when Fiddle R's in, boom, I go in and I R him away, and then I can reposition when he's a little bit lower, and then we can move on and then W out here. So this is a great example of how you can use your R to peel in fights and how you can get quite creative with your R. A lot of Tristanas in this moment, what they would have done is maybe panic and use their R a little bit sooner here to try and finish off the Varus, whatever. But no, if you're very decisive about what those key threats are, especially when you're behind, those good quality Rs, especially when you're versing divers, can make or break a team fight. So this is a fight that even though I was behind, we're able to find that beautiful pick, that engage, that disengage R with the R, and that really made the difference. So again, this is the power of intentional ability usage with Tristana. And going over one more team fight here, this was one earlier on in my Tristana journey, a very stock standard team fight whereby this Varus got caught out of position. I'm able to follow up on that engage, get the reset, move on to the next target, auto. I thought that Darius was going to be our next target. Little did I know, Akali came from the backline. I tried to peel the Darius back with my R. Darius is forced to flash in, proc my bomb again, W out to stay away from the fiddle, peel back on the Darius, get my reset again. Kind of wait a little bit, reposition now onto the fiddle. He buys a little bit of time, finish off the fiddle here, and then we can play the team front from there. So again, nothing fancy, but this is, I guess, a pretty stock standard team fight in the sense that I'm just moving on to the next target, really focusing on proccing my bomb so I can get the resets, and then sticking with my team. This is, a scenario where, as Tristana, I'm forced to kind of peel back. I think my R maybe could have been a little bit better, maybe a touch more patient with my R, but I think fundamentally every decision had kind of solid intention. And as you can see here, it also really shows the significance of target champions only, and then also attack moving. And if you're not really capable of that, or you're not really comfortable with that, that's where I would visit the drill section just to really make sure you've built that muscle memory. So overall, pretty stock standard team fight here. Now, just to lay it all out there very clearly, let's go through what Tristana's reference points are at a very high level. So first and foremost, our entire early game is about winning the war of attrition. We want to take good quality trades, embrace that bulldozer mindset, and make the enemy respond to waves. We want to get lane control, establish beautiful vision, ward and lean, complement our jungler whenever opportunities present itself, just by ensuring we have first move, and really, again, try to chip down the tower. Ideally, we want to get to our first item as fast as humanly possible. If it's Kraken, great. If it's Bork, great. But again, a lot of our power is going to come from items. So good quality resets, good quality farm. Getting to that first item is going to be absolutely crucial. In the mid game, we want to either embrace our side lane identity by shoving and moving, or even playing to pressure the side lane, chipping down towers. But I would say fundamentally making the enemy react to waves. A huge part of Tristana's strength in the mid game is her ability to shove out sideways in a safe manner due to her W and a good quality wave clear. So if you're not fundamentally trying to make people react to waves, and you're not trying to create those man advantages, you're going to be missing out on a lot. So try and force people to react to waves, and then we can either commit to the split push and chop down towers, or we can shove and move and play around the neutral objectives and play for those front to back team fights. And then, look, it's important to remember that Tristana loves resources. Every level, every item makes us significantly stronger. And at the end of the day, we want to get to those 3 items. We want to get to the Kraken, Navori IE, or Bork, Navori IE. And that's when we truly come online. And so it's always important to remember that we need to be hyper efficient with our farm and resources throughout the entirety of the game. And that's really it. At a big picture level, that's, I would say, the top 5 major reference points. Obviously, there's a lot more nuance, but at a high level, this is fundamentally what we're trying to get done as Tristana.
We're going to be moving on to the common mistakes section of the guide. And there's going to be some early lane stuff, some micro stuff, some mid-game stuff. Starting off with W usage mistakes in lane. Your W usage is going to be dictating if you're going to be winning or losing a lane. Either in not Wing in enough at the right times, and therefore missing opportunities, or Wing in too much and getting yourself killed or getting traded upon poorly. If you're struggling in a lane, then most of the times it is because you are not using your W correctly. So if you come out of lane and you actually lost pretty hard, then one thing to really look at is your W usage. Most of the times it's because of the fact that you make W usage mistakes or missed opportunities that you don't win the lane. Your W makes or breaks your lane. A very common mistake, especially in the earlier stage of your Tristana journey, or in the lower ranks who don't really have the Tristana micro down pat fully, is not activating Q before your E. This might seem very simple, right? But it's actually very big because it really smoothens up your combo and increases your DPS by a lot. So pretty quick, pretty straightforward one, but definitely one that you guys have to get down pat as soon as possible. Then my favorite one, suicide bomber Ws. That is basically just getting yourself killed because you're seeing an angle or an opportunity with your W and you're dying for it. I love it. I've done it so much, especially in team fights. We're going to be taking a look at a clip of this. All right, so in this situation, we see that we're sieging, we're doing a fantastic job, and Brand's out of position. So Brand's completely out of position. We nuke the Brand, we deal a lot of damage. This is a fully winning game state. We got Nash, we're sieging, we are 5 versus 4. The only thing that we have to do is just chill and win. And what happens? I suicide bomb W into the Syndra combo into the R. And when I die, all of my team's DPS dies. So then Cho'Gath just actually becomes unkillable. So they kill my entire team. And the only reason we lost this team fight was because I jumped in. And this happened so often to me, where we're just in a winning position, a winning fight. I jump in, I get too cocky, I get too hungry for these kills, and you just get instantly annihilated. It's just completely annihilated. And the angle may look like it was there, but we're still an 80 carry, guys. We're still an 80 carry. We're still incredibly squishy, and you will get punished if you make mistakes and overstep. And then the final one is messing up lane assignments in the mid game and or not using all of your energy and power to fix them. If you're going to be messing up lane assignments, you're going to be in a whole lot of trouble. If you're going to be laning versus a Nasus in the side lane or a Malphite in the side lane, there's not going to be too much progress that you're going to be able to make. You really want to be itemizing and laning against your laner ideally, so you can actually break through the side lane. And of course, there's going to be some games where it doesn't really matter and where you're going to be actually fine also laning versus the enemy top. In those cases, it doesn't really matter, but most games, that's actually not the case. Let's actually take a look at an example. So in this example, I'm going to be playing versus a Cho'Gath and versus a Syndra. So ideally, I want to be matching the Syndra, but I thought in my head, I should probably also be fine matching the Cho'Gath. So what happens is I see my Teemo on top, and I'll actually just go bot and match the Cho'Gath. But what happens is that Teemo actually has an okay matchup into Cho, but a really bad matchup into Syndra. Teemo has an incredibly bad matchup into Syndra, while I completely do fine into Syndra. So we get some skirmish and stuff on bot. But you really see the issue right here, right? Is that I am just struggling breaking through this Cho'Gath. This Cho'Gath is just really hard for me to get priority into and pressure because he's so tanky. And if I cannot really jump into him because he'll just annihilate me. So I recognize it, at this moment, like, shit, this is not the lane I want to be in. Ideally, I should see that my Teemo is resetting right now, match his reset, swap up the lane assignments. I go top, match the Syndra, Teemo goes bot, matches the Cho'Gath. And it eventually puts me in a position right here where I just cannot break through the Cho. And even though I'm like dodging his skill shots and still getting some damage off onto him, I'm still not making much progress right here because I'm just under a lot of threat at this point in the game. Then I get hit by one Q and I instantly just also get annihilated by the enemy Volibear. I cannot really make progress on this side of the lane. Plus, I'm on the weak side of the map. Tristana ideally wants to be at this point of the game, at this early part of the mid game. She doesn't really want to be on the weak side, fully left alone just yet. Yeah, there was a quick way to throw your lead, especially because I had such a big bounty, right? Very disastrous situation. I give a lot of gold towards the enemy Cho'Gath and really puts him back into the game.